What's going on, Consciouztv, your favorite breakdown commentator? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please go ahead and run the likes all the way up. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's tore up piss poor ass algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. If you enjoy everything that Kane does here, you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or paypal.me/ConsciouzTV. And of course, that's conscious spelled with the Z on the end, just like it is here on the channel. All donation information is in the description box below, as well as all social media handles. Also, make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to whatever it is you have, wherever you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you emphatically the link. Just let them know that we're loud, live, and in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, look at me catching synchronicities. It is 10:10, my God, today. Hope you guys are having a wonderful hump day. I wanted to come to you guys, and I'm not really sure if this is going to be a conversation more so than it is going to be a presentation. A few days ago, I posted on my Instagram. If you're not following me there, please do so. Consciouztv on IG, spelled just how it is here, of course, with the Z on the end of conscious. And I kind of did a 10-minute dialogue about what I had just witnessed in my algorithm for a good 25 minutes straight, which was basically a devastating compilation of various Americans expressing everything from burnout, anxiety, depression, etc., all centered around unemployment, centered around purposelessness, centered around a lack of community and genuine and meaningful engagement with other human beings. And that is all infused with the fact that a lot of this devastation and depression is caused by the leader of what was a free world for some privileged people, Donald J. Trump, who has just flat out came out and stated that he does not give a damn about the finances of Americans, and essentially is not interested in the quality of life for the American people. And regardless of race, creed, ethnicity, gender, orientation, class, politics, this is a sweep that is hitting all Americans. And if you thought that you were crazy, or you were just imagining things, or you was just whining or being weak, or that, you know, there maybe is something wrong with you, I'm here to do this live stream to affirm to you that you are wonderfully and beautifully made, and there is nothing wrong with you. You have in fact done everything right and applied yourself to the best of your ability. It is now abundantly clear by more than half of the American people, according to mostly all of the polls and data around Trump that the system is what's actually sick, and it's sicker than anybody in this situation. And this response from the American people is completely logical. This depression, this weariness, this nihilism, this disconnectedness, this disjointedness is a perfectly logical, rational response to what in fact is political and socioeconomic narcissistic abuse at the highest of level. And the American people are in fact being narcissistically abused collectively. And if you've heard this buzzword throughout the past decade, and you have felt that maybe you've never experienced such a thing and have always been curious about what in fact that looks like, well, all you have to look at is this current administration and everything that it's doing, from the gaslighting to the racism to the xenophobia to the queerphobia to the elitism of it all. Baby, you're getting a one-on-one crash course in narcissism and narcissistic abuse. Today, I'm going to show you exactly what I sat up and witnessed for 25 whole minutes in my IG algorithm when I was doom scrolling at 3:24 a.m. in the morning just a few days ago. Buckle up, Buttercup. Thumbs up this video, share, and bear witness to the direct and intimate testimonies of American people from all walks of life and backgrounds of life, crying out aloud about the collapse and the utter destruction of the system that we are currently existing in, and how so many people are not going to survive this and already aren't surviving this. And I've told you guys before that the buck wild thing about what we're going through collectively as a nation is that we're still in the very much so foreplay stage. We haven't even gotten penetrated yet, baby. The worst has yet to come. So this is prophetic. This is the prelude. We are experiencing and witnessing the onset and the beginning of another dark period of America. We've had periods of darkness. We've had the Great Depression. We've had Jim Crow. We've had slavery. We've had a few different iterations of a dark period of this country. We're on the precipice of another generation of it. And the unique thing about this particular dark age of the country is that it is of no respect of persons. This will be the first time in American history that everyone will feel the burn aside from the 1%. Everyone else, the middle class, the lower class, white woman, white man, gay man, trans man, Asian woman, the rich, because baby, you're going to have to be a little bit more than rich to survive this. You're going to have to be wealthy. Rich is the new poor. You're going to have to be wealthy to survive what is. And the grim reality is that Trump also has no plans of walking away. what we think will just be a presidential run of 4 years of madness actually is a part of a much larger, drawn out reforming of the American system that's meant to be in place permanently. And if you thought that they were going to just spend 3 years turning this all upside down just to usher in the Dems or liberals or a savior figure or someone who actually loves the people and is interested in justice and retribution and order and fairness and equality, you are sadly mistaken. This is about seizing the system, in the words of Trump girl, right by the pussy. This is about a much longer dictatorship and rulership. And there are going to be heirs to this new system. And Project 2025 told us all about it. And now we're living the manifestation of this versus line by line, precept by precept, even leaving MAGA to rebuke and to reject the doctrine thereof. Oh, we're going to hear from them and get a whiff of their crocodile tears as well, baby. This thing is a broad sweep. So with no further ado, let's go ahead and get started. And I'm just going to show you things, maybe give some commentary, but let's get to the show and the tale.
Burnt out. I think we've passed the point of depression and now we are in burnout territory, because I feel this level of just, frankly, disinterest in anything and everything. I don't want to do anything. Everyone bothers me. I just have no desire to do anything. The first thought I have when I wake up in the morning is I cannot wait to go back to sleep. I look forward to sleep because it's the only time that my mind is not on. It's not racing. I can finally kind of rest, but I don't wake up rested. I just have nothing. There's the life that I want, and I know that I need to make changes so that that can happen, but there's no, like, the bridge between what I want and what it takes to get there. I physically don't have the energy to do. I can't accomplish anything. I think I'm burnt out. Not want to do anything, like, ever. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to see anyone. I don't even have the energy to post a TikTok. That's why I haven't seen my beautiful face in a hot minute. And I know a lot of you are going to be like, babe, that's depression. And maybe it is, but I don't feel sad at all. It's just straight lethargy. I am so lethargic. I don't want to do anything ever. I want to lay in a comatose state in my bed for hours on end. Even my hobbies, the things that I like, K-pop, anime, reading, I don't care for them at all right now. And it doesn't matter how many hours of sleep I get a night, not even a little bit. I could sleep 10 hours at night, every night, and it wouldn't be enough. I still need more sleep. But of course, the one thing I do have energy for is eating. I'm eating good, but I don't want to go to work. I don't want to hang out with my friends. I don't want to go to the gym. I don't want to do anything that's going to be, I don't know, good for me. I want to sit here like a depressed sack of potatoes. That's not actually sad, just really lethargic. Is anyone else feeling like this? Is it seasonal? Is it just me? I have a psychiatrist. He has me on like 5 different medications. Doesn't matter what they put me on. I'm not doing anything today. And it's exhausting. I do nothing all day and I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted from being exhausted. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, minus the sick. You know what I mean? Anyone else going through this? Does anyone else not want to do? I hate my life. I am so tired of doing this rat race. I pretend like I have it all together, but I don't. I'm so tired of going into work, pretending like there's a purpose, but there isn't. I'm not happy with my career. I'm not happy with my relationships, friends, family. I feel so lost. And I'm looking for change. I'm Dolly, and this is Macy. So I'm giving this 30 days. Only 30 days to change. And if not, I'll go back to my job, continue on, and just do the life. But I feel like I can do this, and I need some help. If that sounds like maybe something you'd want to follow along with and see how you can change your life too, let's give this a go. I like golf. I like going to the gym, going for walks with Macy. Please follow along because I need your support. Thanks. Hate my life. I wake up every day and just like so many other 30-year-old women, I'm really struggling to find purpose. I feel like my life is just beginning. I also feel like it's over. I feel very stuck in the middle of aging and also being young. I don't feel fulfilled in my relationships. I go to work and I don't really feel like I have a purpose anymore. I think I'm ready for something new. I don't exactly know what that means. I'm going to give myself 3 months, 12 weeks, 90 days to do everything I possibly can to try to feel like myself again. I want as many people who feel just as lost as I do to come along with me and Cody. So I hope you'll follow along. So we'll figure it out together.
The nostalgic videos of like it's Christmas 1996, or like the videos that they show of you being in school and all the fun things you would do before Christmas break and all the activities, and you know, being in your old childhood home and like the old malls with all the decorations and shit. I had to scroll past them so fast. I feel nauseous when I watch them. And they make me so sad, just like knowing like we can never, ever, ever go back to that time in our lives again, literally, when everything just made sense and everything was less complicated. And I can't handle watching them. And I don't know if that's just me being weird or if this is like a legit thing for a lot of like people my age, you know, and it's just something I cannot do. Does this happen to any of you guys? Have you guys seen these videos? Leave it in the comments about how it makes you feel.
Job and those out of work, which is over 8 news for those looking for a job and those out of work, which is over 8 million people. Corporate America is signaling a hiring freeze for 2026, a hiring freeze for 2026. If you have not caught some of my other videos about 60% of companies planning on doing layoffs in 2026, check that out. Also, 1 out of 4 people, 25% have been unemployed for 27 weeks or longer. We have lost 1.8 million jobs in 2025 in the beginning of 2026. And the bad part is those people who have lost their jobs have no place to go to get a job because of the corporate hiring freeze. Right now, because of economic turmoil, uncertainty, consumers not buying, higher prices, companies are not hiring. That is a big problem when you have over 8 million people unemployed, and some of them been unemployed for 6, 7, 8 months. That will affect the economy because those 8 million people are not spending money. Companies are not spending money. Taxes, too many taxes prohibit consumer spending. It prohibits growth of the economy. Hi, my name is Christina. I have a master's degree in business. Please do not spend money. Do the best that you can to track your spending, cut back on spending, eliminate spending, shop around on every single thing on your budget. You should not be paying full price for one thing that you do monthly. Follow for more.
my job. I didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't about my job. I didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't about my performance, but my company's downsizing and has budget cuts. And I was cut. Less than 15 minutes after I had just walked out of taking my CPT exam, which I have been studying for 6 months, and I was really stressed about, and I was so happy that I had just passed. And in the same 5 minutes, walk to my car. Before I'm even opening my car door, I have a message from my manager's manager. He's like, do you have a minute to talk? And I had just put in an application for another internal position, and I was like, maybe I'm getting an interview or being asked about it or whatever. Oh, how wrong I was. Because he answers and he's like, I have bad news. And I'm like, I just watched The Devil Wears Prada 2, so I know where this is going. He said that he got off a call this morning, and due to budget cuts and the need to downsize, that they were reducing heads, and mine was chopped. So my role was eliminated. And I asked, well, when is this effective? Like, when's my last day? And he said, they said you could work through till tomorrow if you wanted. And I said, no, I don't. I want to be done right now. And he's like, I think that's fair. And he's like, is there anything I can do for you? And I said, yeah, let me keep my job, because in 2 weeks, my husband starts a grad school program. We move next weekend, and we were going to live off of my income. Only one income in this economy. And now we have no income. And everyone's like, you can lean on photography. You can do this. I lost my social media 4 months ago. I have not had a single inquiry in over 4 months. Moreover, I am moving to a whole new city where I don't know anyone. It's like every time I think I'm so close to getting out of fight or flight, something ridiculous happens. And it just sends me full force right back into it. And I don't have that hustle that I did 5, 6, 7 years ago when I was building my photography brand, or when I was doing all of my freelance work. What am I supposed to do? I've applied to over 200 jobs since January. Do you know how many I've heard back from and gotten an interview from? None. I have a certificate from Vogue, College of Fashion, Vogue, in creative direction. I have a bachelor's degree in marketing. I've ran my own business. I have a nonprofit, and I can't get a single fucking job. I lost my social media, so I don't have any UGC or paid brand deals. I have no photography inquiries. I don't know what to do. Thank you for coming to my Soundfest.
I've decided that if I can't make myself feel better, if I can't regulate myself and figure this out, I might take myself to a psychiatric hospital or something. I'm just starting to feel like I might need that kind of support. I don't really know how I got here. That's the thing that's really freaking me out. I don't really understand how I arrived here mentally. I'm just a, I guess, melancholic person, naturally. I'm not really coping. I've thought through in my mind all these different ways that I could manage this. This feels different. This feels like a true, breaking point. Something's come undone. I'm not sure where I'm going to go from here. I really just want to get through this on my own, but then that's what I've always done. So that's why I feel like maybe this time it's different. I have a number for a counselor, so I'm thinking I'm going to call him, and I have a good feeling about it being a man. I've always had, therapists that are women, so I don't know, I just have a feeling that maybe talking to a man could be quite healing, just, like a masculine man. I think that's something that I really crave in my life, is grounded masculine energy. And you know what's crazy? I think I embody that sort of energy quite a lot. I am actually a grounded person. So yeah, he's not a psychologist. I've been talking to a psychologist, and I've seen psychologists for quite a while, on and off. So it's been huge gaps in my life where I haven't needed one or seen one. But I've never seen a counselor. I think I've just
any friends that I can like just text and be like, hey, wanna go hang out and get the kids together? Or hey, I'm having a really hard time with this. It's like someone that you feel comfortable enough to like reach out to, you know? Yeah, so nothing's changed. I still really struggle, and I just don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong with me because I am the type of person where I know what it's like to not have friends, and so I will be a friend to everyone because I genuinely love and care about people. I know what it's like to struggle, and so it brings me so much joy and purpose and just fills me up so much to help people like through their own journeys and help them feel seen and less alone. And I just don't know why I have such a hard time making friends. I feel so dumb saying that. Like, I feel embarrassed and feel like so vulnerable saying that. But I have the, hey, how are you? How are you doing? How's life? Friends. I don't have the tell me your life story, deep dive, trauma dump. Oh my gosh, this just happened. Text Marco Polo friends. Like, I
want to pause right here and speak on this a little bit. I can relate to Becky here. When I think about like community, and I think about what makes a relationship of any kind, whether you're talking about a romantic relationship, a family ship, a friendship, like what is the thing that makes relationships so great? You know, because everybody wants great relationships. People want great family. They want great friendships. They want great, romantic ship. What is the thing? And she touches on it without really realizing it. I'm not really sure if she knows what she's really saying, but what she's really talking about is the fact that more people are willing to socialize, but there's not a degree of intimacy. And as someone who's very empathic, like myself, I'm a Scorpio, I'm a big lover. I too, like social relationships don't do anything for me. That's why I particularly don't have associates. I don't have really even colleagues. Like everybody in my life is someone who I've given myself to in a really sincere way. And what I particularly preference in human dealings is bond and openness. And I think some of that also has to do with my particular form of spirituality, because I see other people also as God. I know that I am a manifestation and I'm an emanation of God, and other people are too. And so because of how sacred I see myself and I see other people, I feel like it's kind of insulting to strive to be surface level with people when people are literally one of the greatest contributions to this planet, capable of all hell, but also capable of all heaven, because that potential is limitless. And there's so much to be desired and so much that can be accomplished through meaningful engagement, through meaningful rendezvous, and through meaningful entanglement to one another. And for me, that's why I participate in giving my heart permission to love others and allowing other people to love me as well, because it seems to be the only thing that really makes sense. Like, why would you really waste your time doing anything else with a person unless it's going balls to the wall and pressing, you know, the gas and flooring it and really going for the most grandiose, high quality version of the relationship that can be. And I really cannot imagine treating people any less than that. You know, I don't have people that I kiki with. I don't have going out friends. I have people that I plan on dying with. Like, we're going to be 80 years old smoking a fucking Newport down to the filter in our 80s, reminiscing about how we kicked Trump's ass and overtook the KKK and how we, you know, were a part of a righteous a coalition against the evil powers that be. And we're going to have not only our battle scars to show for it, we're going to have these really romantic and communal memories shared amongst each other. You know, we're going to not only like swing and bang together and bind together and go to war together, but we're going to laugh together. We're going to travel together. We're going to, you know, get into all of the things together. And so listening to this young woman who is one of millions of people during the quote unquote social media age that hasn't made anybody more social, is actually done the opposite. According to the statistics and the data, more Americans and Gen Z people are not having sex, aka not engaging in intimacy or meaningful engagement, are suffering from depression, are antisocial, are socially awkward. More people have their heads down than their heads up. And we're seeing the devastating impact that particularly social media, not the internet, because, you know, for the first, I'm going to say from 2010, from the 2000s to 2010, you know, it seemed like it was the internet age. But then there was social media, and social media has had a devastating impact on human interaction, on interpersonal dynamics, on self-esteem, on mental health, and it's really rewiring us at a subatomic level. And it won't even be us who are going to see the ill, corroding, zombie-like effects of social media. It's going to be our children. It's going to be those who are going to be the parents of tomorrow. It's going to be those who are going to be the corporate leaders and the politicians, the moms and dads and the neighbors of tomorrow. It's going to be these young people who are going to be the full manifestation of opening up Pandora's box without any peer review material, without any test trial on this shit. And that's why Gen Z data looks insane right now around mental health, around suicide ideation, around loneliness. And we're talking about like cross geopolitical spectrum. We're talking about across racial spectrum, cross gender spectrum. We're talking about literal phenomenons. We're not even talking about something that's particular to particular communicating, but phenomenons that are literally changing the fucking fabric of reality. Dating, divorce. People are not having children anymore. Mental health at an all-time high, affordability at an all-time high, and the rich wants to get richer, and the poor are literally on the brink of going completely and utterly extinct. And those who used to be first are now being put last. And simple nuances that give life its spark, such as just having someone who gives a damn, someone who recognizes you and sees you when you're not well, someone who can come out of their selfishness and reach into your reality and say that I know that you're not well and I know that you're not happy. And if you need my neck to wrap your arms around, just do so. Because I'm here for you. Nobody really has any meaningful engagement. Nobody really has anybody that has the level of emotional availability, who has the virtue, maybe even the concern to do so. And it's leaving so many people to suffer in silence, even the people who create that type of a space for other people. My algorithm bothered me, but then I began to realize why I also needed my algorithm that night, because I too needed the affirmation that, oh, CTV, you're not crazy. And no, you're not being too much. And no, you're not asking for too much. And no, you are a completely rational, logical, grounded fucking human being who is entitled and should be able to expect humans to be in this way. And it doesn't matter how many of them have turned into fucking zombies. It doesn't mean something is wrong with you. They are zombies. And so we are a part of a zombie apocalypse. And I feel like the prerequisite of that has been through the fictional, sensational era of, you know, the vampire age, the werewolf age in media, the zombie craze in media and entertainment. Because I used to sit back and be like, why are we creating so many of these fucking movies? Why, you know, I Am Legend, I, Robot, Twilight. I mean, like, why we keep, you know, The Walking Dead. You know, it was all these series. And I'm like, oh my God, there's something coming. And it's playing out and being prophesied through our creativity. And, you know, the creative mind and the prophetic mind are the same mind. And it wasn't about a literal apocalypse, as in some weird Hannibal Lecter-ass virus that's going to turn human beings into, you know, some corroded, infectious version of themselves. No, that what was coming and what was being communicated was about the dismantling of our humanity from the inside out, resulting in nothing but people showing up in their performative self, showing up in their inauthentic self, which then creates the isolation, the loneliness, the superficiality that becomes everyone's general rendezvous and engagement with each other. We are not only losing our external resources, we are losing our souls. And when that is lost, there is truly nothing left. We have hordes and scores of human history where there was the bubonic plague and there was the Great Depression. Human beings have always been able to survive vast periods of economic and political indifference and social upheaval because at the very least, what they were rich in and abundant in was spiritedness. And now, particularly, Americans don't even have that much left. And that is deeply concerning. If we don't even have our spiritedness, our heart, our empathy, the thing that makes humans the image of the living God, of spirit, of universal and cosmic software, whatever motherfucking language you want to use. Yes, I've been watching a lot of quantum mechanics and quantum physics videos. We don't even have that much left. We're literally going to hell in an entire handbasket. Let's continue to listen to Becky.
I don't have that. I feel so dumb saying that, honestly. Like, what is wrong with me? I feel like whenever I try to do that, like, it just never lasts. And it's, like, not reciprocated as much as I feel like it should be in a friendship. I don't know. I really struggle. And what's funny is I've literally created, like, a mom community group in the place that I live and throw on full events for moms in my area to help them feel less alone and find community and friends. And I'm still the one who doesn't have friends. I can't be alone in that, right? Like, I just feel like everyone around me has a group, or not even a group, but just like some people that they can like Marco Polo or text, or just, so maybe a few months from now, I'll be able to stitch that video again and have better news. But until then, this is real life. My real life.
Amount of stress that we get working in these call centers should be studied because it replicates white coat syndrome. People that work in the customer service field and take multiple calls all day long, we have the same effects on our body that doctors do. Stress, depression, being burnt out. It's not normal to not take a break after getting screamed at for 7 minutes straight. Just jump right to the next call. No ACW, because the call queue is high. It's inhumane to treat people like robots to fill your quota.
And let me motherfucking say this while she's at that point. I am completely comfortable because see what I'm not going to allow the system to do, because I see my beautiful Juicy who says they try to demonize when you're empathetic. That is a demonic pushback from this demonic ass system. And what I am committed to in this system is not allowing this system to convince me that there's something wrong with me. I am clear about the fact that I am actually being a clear, fully available, fully present motherfucking human being. And this system creating a bunch of damn human robots, which is essentially what Americans are becoming. I don't care how many people become human robots. I'm committed to not allowing them to reverse Uno psychology and convince me that I'm the odd one out just because they bit the apple and succumb to the doctrine and the dogma and the indoctrination of the system. Because I am clear about the fact that I am not a fucking unit of labor. I am a piece of nature. I am not here to be exploited by corporate and political agenda. I am not here to be a part of some fucking rat race from a dream that really is, in fact, a nightmare Because what the American dream was from the fucking beginning was entrapment. And now people are waking up and realizing working hard is not going to save their lives. And that respectability politics is not going to save them. And that there's no future and salvation in any of this tap dancing and shoe shining that we've been doing and all this placating that we've been doing. I was created by Mother Nature, her fucking self. And this system is an insult unto human beings who are a byproduct of every collaborative cosmic force coming together to create man and woman. And I'm here, downloaded as God, paying a fucking water bill. Are you okay? I'm here having to work 8 hours out of the day to have resources that the forces that created reality provided for free? I'm here to finally get my big break when I'm too old to be of use to your system. So now, quote unquote, I'm at retirement age. Who the fuck wants to be well off, bitch, after you've already worked my fucking kneecaps off of me, sharpened my elbows down to tippity points, damn near ruined most of my cerebral cortex through having to survive the school to corporate prison pipeline. And now I'm supposed to be happy retiring at 60 when all of my good fucking years being a bad bitch were supposed to be at the prime of my life in my 20s and 30s and fucking 40s. And I'm supposed to be fucking grateful that you're willing to push me off the fucking wheel as if you're doing me some fucking favor. The whole engine is completely a big you to humanity. And our parents brought into it, and their parents brought into it, and their parents brought into it, and then the millennials got to thinking. And then the children that the millennials are having are like thinking a little bit more about it, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't going to cut it, boo. This isn't working. And now what we really are is being forced to rise to the top. What we really want is to come here and be on a joyous adventure. Want the things that money actually cannot buy. Want to actually know what it feels like to be alive and to live rather than to survive. And the fact that for some communities, particularly minority communities, that's all of the state that we've been in is fucking survival. Nothing about the way what is and what's going to be until it's not is congruent and in agreement with the virtue of the human spirit, And now we're seeing all this backlash to the system, which is necessary. But my God, the gnashing of teeth of it all, just how mechanical and cerebral and masculine the system has been, making no room for the divine feminine, the intuitive, the art of it all, the romance of it all. the experience and the adventure of it all. It's okay for this generation that is being caught by some old head, spoiled, weak, feminine. It's okay for this generation to be completely not okay with being a unit of fucking labor. It's looking like we're about to be returning eventually back to our pagan roots, understanding that us and the cosmic forces of reality are one and the same, that us and earth are one and the same, that life is meant to be lived and everything that is life is alive, and therefore should be treated and engaged with as such. That we underestimated the necessity of things like love and family and friendship and intimacy and authenticity. We traded all that out for catching flights rather than being in our feelings. We traded that out with getting to the bag rather than getting to the point and the purpose. We traded that out with well, I got mine, so you better find some way to get yours. And now we're upon a great reset, and we're experiencing a collective ego death, and the parts of ourselves that we amputated to go along to get along, the parts of us that we amputated and sacrificed to live up to the status quo and to follow suit, are the parts that we now realize that we can't live without, that they have to be a part of what's on the table, that my humanity has to be on the table with everything else. Even if we don't mind certain parts of the system, even if we don't mind certain parts of the masculine, mechanical, cerebral, robustness of it all, but that what needs to be a part of that for full balance is my actual humanity. I cannot just be a number. I cannot just be an object to be lusted after. I cannot just be a utility and a tool. I cannot just be an emotional dumpster. Because I am not a fucking machine. I am a sentient, immortal being, a part of a eternal unfolding. I am not meant to climb a corporate ladder. I'm meant to be climbing Jacob's motherfucking ladder. I am not designed to wrestle with machines. I'm designed to wrestle with angels and principalities and engage ethereal and natural fucking forces and be in awe of the audacity to simply be permitted to exist in the vastness and the mystery and the glamour and the Shekinah glory of the known and seen universe, and to have no time to truly internalize the awe-inspiringness of life, to have no time to even truly become spiritual and fully self-actualized, because you've been toe-tagged and assigned a cubicle and a role to enrich other people's reality. What's happening right now is in part revolutionary. I'll unpack more about just that because me and Rumors and Tea had a really in-depth conversation about this. When I finish showing y'all all of this, I'm gonna bring it back full circle with my thoughts about where we are and where we're going, and why I particularly am somewhere between hope and pessimism. We'll get there, but let's continue to press play. Y'all run them likes up, baby. The king is motherfucking working tonight. Tonight, the king is working.
It's actually insane how long I've been unemployed. Honestly, just sitting here and thinking about it, like I haven't received one job offer in 6 months, and I've done hardly any interviews. This is just not normal. It's not normal, and I hate how it makes me feel so incompetent. I'm just like draining my savings, and people are like, get a fucking job. Don't you think I would? Don't you fucking think I would? This is just not normal. Like, what the actual fuck? It's
1,328 applications, secured 19 interviews, and 0 job offers. I'm 25 years old and spent £70,000 on a bachelor's of science in biological science and a master's in biomedical science just to end up jobless. By all indications, I have all the qualifications to not be unemployed, but I am. And if this is the Lord's way of telling me to jump full scale into content creation, I will. Am I scared? Scared shitless. I only have 500 followers, so chances are no one's going to see this video anyways. But if the world doesn't want to employ me, I'll make sure the internet will. Content creation. Here goes nothing.
I am so far away from anything coming to fruition. Not even just about the job. Just anything. I can't even perceive it. I don't even know where to begin. I am so.
There are people who are fasting for 40 days and 40 nights like Jesus. They're even fasting harder than Christ is. And their manifestation magic cannot work. And let me talk about this manifestation culture super quick, because people have had a very horrible misunderstanding about the way manifestation magic is set up and the way the law of attraction is set up. You know what's funny about the fact that even the most skilled of sorcerers and witches in left and right hand paths are struggling to manifest in this era? You know why? It's because the law of attraction can only work with available resources. For instance, if there are 10 functional available men for partnership, and there are 15 women who are all trying to co-create and summon forth one out of those 10 males, guess what the law of attraction can't do? Law of attraction can't add 5 more males to ensure that all 15 women who are trying to co-create and manifest can end up partnered, because the law of attraction too is only bound by what is available. So you can be the most skilled conjurer, magical, spiritual, religious, Christian, pagan, manifester, co-creator. But if the resources are bleak, if the resources are few, Baby, you've gotten down to some survival of the fittest level shit. Because somebody ain't gonna get all that they burning the house down with a bunch of manifestation candles to get and to have. Because there aren't enough resources to be equally distributed out. The law of attraction is not a miracle worker. It's a miracle that works with that which is available. This man been fasting and petitioning the universe for 58 days by not leaving his compound, not leaving the 4x4 dimensions of his bedroom until he gets a fucking confirmation email for an interview. And he's been there now for more than 60 days. Because when the resources are limited and the resources are few, there is nothing to attract. That's why there's going to be an uptick, not only in suicide, mental health, but obviously in criminality. Because eventually you reach the bottom line of being a mammal in a jungle and reduced to now having to purely rely on survival instincts. And that's when shit gets even more shittier and bleak and dark for a system, for a community. And can you really be mad at people for doing what they have to do to simply and solely and exclusively survive? And is that really more of a reflection on the person rather than it is on the circumstance and situation? You know how many people have had to live with shame because they made the best choices they could make with the choices they had under their circumstance and took on blame and internalized shame when that was more of a reflection of the machine and the system than it was of the person? This man probably ain't even washed his damn ass in 60 days, girl. He looked like he's about to be growing a small plant in a small garden out of the crack of his ass. If that's what it takes, baby, to get a confirmation email for an interview. Because the job market is cooked. The housing market is cooked. We have more citizens than we have available jobs. Y'all heard the other Becky? Corporate hiring freeze. AI is also sweeping the fuck through, clearing entire fucking departments so that corporations can cut costs while amplify profit. Didn't Bill Gates tell y'all that by the end of the decade, most jobs will have no use for humans? Robots, cybernetics will be able to be doctors, perform surgeries. You already see our replacements in action. AI is doing everything. AI is doing commentary. AI is acting. AI is writing and thinking for you. AI is a historian. AI is even becoming your AI twin, your companion. Your friend. Bill Gates said most jobs currently occupied by people will be replaced by machines, because they're giving machines competence and they're giving machines brains. And machines will be able to run other machines. Machines will be able to create other machines. These things were also all prophesied through entertainment as well. Terminator, The Matrix, iRobot. The list goes on and on and on and on. The zombie apocalypse, aka the spiritually dead, apathetic, rising culture. All that shit was all prophesied through fictional work. That's why you should always pay attention to growing trends in entertainment and growing trends within cultural art. It's social engineering. They're reprogramming the chessboard right before our eyes.
And like the hardest thing about it, I think I'm gonna be real honest with you guys, but I think I'm depressed. And I'm not talking like, oh, hee hee ha, depressed. Like, I think I'm like severely depressed. And like the hardest thing about it is I know I'm depressed and I know I want help, but I don't even know how to get it. I don't even know where to go. I don't even know how to get out of here, but I know that I want to get out of this feeling. I just don't know how. Like, I wish I was sugarcoating it. Even waking up and getting out to like film this took everything out of me. And I feel like right after I do this, I'm gonna go straight to bed and like just go to sleep and just sleep. That's all I've been doing for like the past week is just sleeping. Like, I forget to eat. I don't eat anymore. Like, literally eating used to be like one of my greatest joys in life, and now it's like something that I don't even think about. Like, literally, sorry, like, but literally for the past 3 years, I poured my whole heart and soul into trying to get a better life for myself. And in an instant, that was gone. Like 3 years of my time, my energy, like everything of like who I am as a person was gone. And I'm trying to tell myself there are worse things that are happening in this world. Like there are literal babies dying. Like there's a whole other world going on the other side of the world. And like, I'm still here. I'm happy. Well, I don't know if I'm that much happy, but I'm healthy. I'm here. Like, you know, I'm not in the worst situation that I could be in. But yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but my Instagram account got hacked. I think it's been like 6 months now. I think everything just like finally hit me now, and I realized that I don't think I'm going to get the same success that I had on my old Instagram account than I do on my new Instagram account. But basically my account got hacked. The brand that I built for myself for 3 years was completely gone. Not only that, but all the money out of my bank accounts that I worked so hard for 3 years was completely gone. I don't even know how somebody can hack your account like that, but everything was gone, and I'm like legit starting over from scratch. But yeah, I think I just really needed to vent today, and this has just been like really heavy on my heart, and it's just been a lot to deal with as like one person. And like, I don't really have a huge support system. I don't really talk to a lot of members of my family. To be honest, I'm not close with my mom or dad, so I don't have that support. I kind of just carry this all on my own, and I think today it was just really eating at me. Yeah, things are just really hard right now, and I'm depressed, like severely, and I just need help. 26 years old, fat, black, unemployed, and I've lost everything. I did the right thing. They tell you what to do when you're in high school. I went to college, I got my degree in social work, I got my job,
I ended up pivoting into a pretty good career. And then I was repressing years and years of abuse and assault and all that stuff. And it led to me quitting. And then when I quit, I lost everything. I wanted to give up, but I had told myself, give yourself one last chance, give yourself this last ditch effort, and here I am. So I'm going to be documenting this journey, rebuilding my passions, and just kind of starting from the ground up. So if you like this stuff, you'll be welcomed here. I don't know how to end the video, so goodbye.
American. I live in a 200 square foot flat that has no bedroom. I pay almost $1,800 a month for it now. That's not including utilities. I work full time. I work 10-hour shifts. I work 5 days a week. After I get my paychecks, if I'm to take out rent, utilities, my car payment, which is a 2016 used car, I take out insurance on the car and medical expenses for my medication. I'm left with about $50 a month to cover for gas, food, and anything else I might need, such as like toilet paper or cleaning supplies, literally anything, except going to a doctor. Like, I haven't seen a doctor outside of my psychiatrist for like 3 years now, because fuck, I can't afford that shit. So needless to say, I'm in debt. I was already in debt, but just in the last year, I've added $10K to my debt because girls gotta eat. When I made a video about this last year, I got a lot of hate for it online. People saying I need to just pick myself up by the bootstraps, you know, that I'm not trying hard enough. But I think people in America now are realizing that, like, yeah, you're one small step from getting to where I am, to homelessness. And more people are living like me every day. Degrees don't matter here. It just matters what kind of family you were born into, I guess. If you have money, you can sit in the bank and make money. But if you're a worker, you're not really a person here. You're just an asset. And where do you go when it's illegal in some states to be homeless? Why are we considered one of the wealthiest nations, and yet we have almost 1 million people on the streets living, and we can't take care of them? Why are we starting wars and sending money to other countries instead of helping the people here? Or even just using that money for good overseas instead of fucking evil? Americans are so used to hearing fake news that most of us probably still aren't aware of how the world actually works or what history it's actually had. And most of us are just trying to get through each day. We want to leave. We want to have a better life. How do you leave when you don't have money? You know, how do you just go to a different country and not just be homeless there? How do you even get there? I'm an American, and I'm just the average American. Don't come at me for the word flat. Granny flat is a thing in the United States. I'm an American. I didn't get the job. This is so embarrassing to tell everyone about, but it was an entry-level position. I'm 32 years old, and I didn't get it. And I have absolutely no idea. I have no idea what I'm going to do now. I need a plan because I can't go through this again. Something isn't working. Something about maybe the jobs I'm applying for, or...
This is what I mean. Nope. It's not you, Susie. Sorry. Nope. Yeah, there is something wrong. The fucking system. It's not you. Don't drive yourself crazy, tearing yourself apart, repackaging yourself when that's literally the goal of the system. Because the issue is the narcissism and the exploitative characteristics and agenda of the system. So sorry, my love. You know, this time around, it is definitely not us.
How I think about myself, how I think about my skill set, maybe how I interview, something's wrong. Something's wrong.
Yeah, so fucking wrong that even being made of porcelain, it's not really going to be a privilege anymore. That's how wrong the something is. And remember when I told you guys last year when we were telling everybody to, you know, vote blue, and yeah, Kamala might not be that persuasive, and yes, there's a war in Gaza and da-da-da-da-da. You know, but the lesser of the two fuckeries would have been Kamala for sure. Obviously, like completely rational, logical choice there. But remember when I told y'all that even saltine Americans were going to FAFO because what they were going to learn was that more than Trump is a racist, he is in fact a elitist. And baby, the problem with that for saltine Americans is now this isn't exclusively about skin color, even though they also use racism to get Trump into office. But that was just a grift because most non-Black people are inherently racist, colorist, anti-Black, anti-melanin on some level or another, intentionally and or unintentionally, macro and or micro aggressive toward the culture of melanin in this system. And now they're finding out that, oh my God, this oblivion has come, girl, to eat its own. Because even Donald Trump is more of a elitist than he is a racist, which is why saltine people are going to get washed and rinsed in this system as well. And all other non-Black people who assimilated to whiteness thinking that it was going to be their cherry on top, who now realize, oh girl, this isn't about being the color white, it's actually about being the color green. And those are going to be the only people who are going to stay afloat and survive this societal apocalypse. This is all this regime is prioritizing, which is why Trump's own wealth has quadrupled just within less of a year of being the president, and why he's been able to use Congress and the powers and principalities thereof to protect his criminality and his corruption, because now, as a result of their settlement, he sued his own fucking government. They can't even investigate him on some of those claims. He has a certain level of insulation in his bullshit. Of course, that was the whole point of stacking the court to begin with. And his settlement with the IRS, who leaked his tax return information, is going to be used as a reparations to pay out and benefit all of his rich buddies. And of course, the January 6th insurrectioners, who, might I add, most of all have been repeat offenders, have committed other offenses against police officers, have unalived more people since being pardoned, have been found guilty and put in jail for being PDF files. I mean, and these people, his legion of lunatics and maniacs, are going to get reparations. While Black people can't even buy lollipops on SNAP benefits. law-abiding minority people can't even buy a sneaker bar on Snaps. People who don't scale walls and who don't commit criminal offenses won't even be able to purchase a Kit Kat. God forbid. But the January 6th insurrectioners are going to be able to get a payout that's going to help them set up generational wealth to the heirs of their throne. My God, today.
Didn't get the job.
Stop posting this list of the 2026 layoffs so far. U.S. government, 317,000 jobs. Amazon, 30,000 jobs. Microsoft, Ford, Starbucks, and Block just announced half of their company gone, all due to AI. That's not a slow shift, that's a wave. I've been laid off twice. The latest was in 2023, and it honestly broke something in me for a minute. Good title, stable company, gone overnight. And at the time, AI felt like a future problem. It's not a future problem anymore. I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying it because I genuinely wish someone had shaken me awake sooner. One of the most dangerous places to be right now is fully dependent on one company's budget decisions. The people who are going to be okay aren't necessarily the ones who find another corporate job faster. They're the ones who start building something they actually own, something that no one can take away from them. You don't have to have it all figured out, but if this list made your stomach drop, even just a little, that feeling is information. Please don't ignore it. Dang, this is crazy. Where will all these people go? That's the question someone asked after posting this list of the 2026 layoffs so far.
Jesus Christ.
The West is quietly collapsing. More and more people are sleeping in cars, vans, and tents across wealthy nations, once seen as untouchable. Not because they're unemployed, not because they're reckless, but because the price of simply existing has exploded. Single minimum wage workers are no longer renting apartments. They're parking behind supermarkets, hiding in industrial zones, and turning back seats into bedrooms. Buying a home has vanished for many. Renting is barely possible. Shelter is becoming optional instead of guaranteed. Full-time workers are being priced out of roofs. Rent now consumes 60 to 70% of paychecks. Food climbs, fuel climbs, utilities climb, but wages barely move. So people adapt the only way they can. In Los Angeles, entire streets glow with van windows at night. In Australia, families sleep near beaches because leases are unreachable. In the UK, van dwellers hide from council fines just to rest without being moved along. The promise used to be simple. Work hard and you'll own a home. But housing stopped being shelter and became an asset. Investors outbid residents, and ownership shifted from a life goal to a financial privilege. When people with jobs can't afford a place to sleep in the richest nations on earth, the problem isn't effort or discipline. It's this. What future does the West have when working no longer guarantees a home?
$1,700 a month in rent, and I just lost my job. Since I'm no longer working a corporate job, I'm in like a different phase of life than all my friends, and it kind of just feels horrible every time we talk. At 22, I had my whole life figured out, like boyfriend, great job. And it feels like all my peers are kind of like getting there slow and steady. And instead I'm like slowly ruining my life over time. I blocked everyone I know from this account. I've literally always wanted to make content, but it like feels silly to be like an influencer, especially if you don't have a real job. Also, I kind of have a lisp and I'm like not that hot, but I am silly and I am fun and I have a good time. And I'm hoping that's enough. I'm just gonna be myself and talk my shit. Today's day one of me having this account. Let's be friends. Dude, I just need somebody to come hold me. I just want to be held. I have no one, man. I have no one. Like, I have a couple of friends who answer when I call and stuff, but they live 6 hours away. Like, I just need somebody to come and help me. Just need someone to come and be with me. Oh, I'm so depressed. I fucking hate everything. And I'm alone. I'm completely alone all the time. I can only be strong for so fucking long, dude. You know what I mean? Like, fuck.
Bro, what in the hell is going on with the job market right now? Man, do y'all know that 8 out of 10 Americans are struggling to even stay motivated while applying for jobs? But not even because they're lazy. It's because people are applying to dozens of jobs and they're not hearing nothing back. You know how many welding jobs I applied to and heard nothing back from? I'm blessed enough to have a job, but if I didn't, this would be extremely worrisome. There's people out here who said they have been searching for a job for 6 months straight. That's bizarre. Others said they stopped searching a while ago because all the rejection started to affect their mental health. And this right here is the part that nobody's talking about. Y'all seeing these ghost jobs everywhere too, right? It's applications everywhere, but nobody's being hired. Meanwhile, these big corporate companies keep talking about AI replacing jobs while regular people sitting down applying stressed. They're overwhelmed and they're wondering how they're going to survive. 1 in every 5 people in the survey I found literally said they need mental health support when they're searching for jobs. That's crazy. So at what point can we finally admit that the job market is starting to become impossible for the regular everyday person? Bro, what in
rock bottom when it comes to my finances. I've officially hit rock bottom when it comes to my finances. I have literally hit $0 on my own personal bank account. I have $0 to my name. The only thing I invested in was a car, which definitely has a depreciating value. I have no stocks, I have no investments, I have no savings account. And while this should be very embarrassing to admit to the internet to a bunch of strangers, that my parents had to take out money from their own mortgage in order for their 33-year-old daughter to pay her rent this month. I am sharing this because I know that this is not the end, that this season is temporary, that this is not a setback, but a setup for what's next. And while I did obviously make many financial mistakes, like I was truly an idiot, to make $800,000 from content creation, to losing it all, spending it on a lot of stupid things, you know, a couple of designer bags, one of them that I'm trying to sell, but no one wants to buy. I guess my taste is that bad. Lots of like expensive hotel stays and just, again, so much useless stuff. But I did also spend it on things that I have no regrets on, like taking my family on a cruise for Christmas, like giving my parents money to pay their mortgage for months on end, spoiling my friends. I personally think that the best way to get through life is not to lament on the past and, you know, walk through all the regrets in your life. And I don't think it's to be anxious about the future, wondering how I'm going to pay May's rent, but to truly just be focused on the present. Do I have enough money in my bank account today, thanks to my parents? Yes, I do. And it also reminds me of this story. I don't know if you guys have heard this yet, but Jonathan Rumi from The Chosen, he plays Jesus. He was in a way worse position than me. So he had $100 overdraft in his bank account and $20 to his name. He reached a point where he's like, God, I have nothing to do but surrender my life, my career to you. I was so confident that being an actor is what you've called me to do, but here I am in my 40s and all I have is $20 to my name. And then he left, he used that $20 to buy himself breakfast. He came back home to 4 checks that paid off his rent for the next month. And then 3 months later, he booked The Chosen, which was a life-changing role for him. So I feel like I'm in my pre-Chosen Jonathan Rumi era where I'm in an even better position than him, having, you know, at least $2,000 in my bank account versus 20. It's not an overdraft. I am blessed to have parents who are there to support me. And I think that my life-changing opportunity is just around the corner. So this is just to give anyone who is in a similar position hope and encouragement, and to know that you're not alone, and we're going to get through this, and we're going to come out on the other side even better. And there's no shame in starting over. There's no shame in going, quote unquote, backwards. What looks like backwards to the world, what looks like failure to the world, I honestly think is just the opportunity to like learn and grow and get ready for the abundance that God has in store for us in the future.
I think that what is a shame is that some people think that what we're experiencing as a we is about like people's like individual journey, etc. Like it's not like lightning striking or Katrina happening or, you know, a tsunami coming and blowing over your home. It's not like circumstantial, but that we're actually under attack. And if you don't fully internalize that and acknowledge to yourself that we are at war and are in bed with the fascist regime that is our own government, you will make the mistake of trying to Peter Pan through this shit, which just ends up in the end looking like the other Becky that we played, who was picking herself apart trying to figure out, you know, like, what am I doing wrong? Because I thought I was going to Peter Pan through this stuff. And look, and I don't want to be a pessimist, but I'm just trying to like really help people to understand that this is not like a one-off. We are experiencing a societal apocalypse, and there is an attack on the American people. This many people are not failing because they're failures. We don't have 1.8 million people out of work who are incompetent when most of those people are certified and accoladed and have degrees. To other Americans' point, don't actually mean shit here. And what the system is going to do and wants you to believe is that it's a one-off and that you do need to just pull yourself up by the bootstrap. And maybe there are some people who, quote unquote, need to do that, but this is not about that. This is about the machine that is devouring all of these living beings who are now ending up in the belly of the fucking beast for one reason or another, and are finding themselves lights out. The fact that we have a homeless population that can make up an entire state. There are more homeless people than there are people in the small towns of Minnesota, for God's sakes. And obviously there's about to be an uptick, as we saw earlier. So many American people living out of their cars and living out of their SUVs, and who, God forbid, you don't have wonderful, successful, coined up parents who can carry you over, and you can still live in your own luxury apartment and have a sense of autonomy and dignity. You know, unfortunately, so many people don't have that, and God bless those who do. But this is not going to be a one-off, and more people are being devastated and hurt by the reforming of the chessboard than not. So thank God, you know, she has parents who were able to pay her $2,000 rent and were able to put money into her bank account and all of that. When we have parents who are also happy right now to have their grown children moving back home because they need the help as well. My God, today. Let's go on to the next.
Guys, I did some calculations, and it looks like if I work roughly 18 more years at the post office, I'll have 900 weeks left.
My God.
And working 6 days per week, I have about 5,400 shifts left at the post office. Dear Lord Jesus Christ, my Savior, please let me live to see that pension. I've listened to your guys' feedback. Yes, I am dead inside. No, I am not AI. And yes, I know I overshare on the internet. It's 2026. There's worse things I could be doing.
Facts.
Have a blessed day. Hey, guys.
Jesus Christ.
I really hope this reaches a nice audience and not a mean one, because I'm having a bit of a mental breakdown right now. Clearly, it suddenly hit me that I'm turning 27 and I feel like a complete failure. Like I am nowhere near where I thought I was going to be at 27. What a blessing it is to age, right? Because not everyone gets to, and I know that. And trust me, I just lost someone young, so I get that. But on the other hand, it's like, I feel like I'm aging wrong. And I'm watching all of these girls around me and all of my friends do all of these amazing things online and get all of these awesome opportunities. And it just feels like for the 1 millionth time in my life, I'm not good enough. I really hope.
Unemployed for 20 months. That's right, you heard me. 20 months. Last time I shared her, I went from making $188,000 to $11,000. And with that kind of drop, it became very clear, very fast. I had to focus on the bills that kept my household running, which meant I had to let my credit card debt of almost $80,000, yes, almost $100,000 go. When I was making my full salary, I could manage it. Most of that debt came from taking care of my kids, covering expenses like a two-parent household. But I can be honest now, I was also careless with my spending and had no real savings. So what do you think happened next? My phone started ringing nonstop. Bank of America, Synchrony, Barclays, Goldman Sachs, calling me like I went viral. I spent so many nights crying, worrying about my mortgage, my car note, water, electric. I couldn't add credit card bills to that pile of worry. So what did I do? I filed for bankruptcy. And I'm not gonna lie, I felt ashamed again. But then I had to shift my perspective. All my life, I've seen wealthy people use bankruptcy as a tool, while people like me are told that it's the worst thing you can do. The truth is, bankruptcy exists for situations like mine, a major loss of income and no realistic way to pay it back. It's not the end, it's a reset. I just filed and I'm still going through the process, but honestly, it's been like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Now, I know you're probably wondering, why am I telling all my business on Wendy Williams' internet? Honestly, I feel like God is shifting something for me. Like this season of struggle is turning into something greater. Hi, my name is Sasha and I'm a single mom of 2. I'm here sharing my story, my testimony that God is carrying me through. Now listen, being unemployed for 20 months, it's been hard, but I've also found growth in places I didn't expect. Now, I can't give you all of this in one video, so you're gonna have to come back because there's more to my story. I'd love for you to follow my journey. Let's be friends.
Interviews mean nothing to me anymore. I go into them without even a glimmer of hope. I just got off a phone screening with a recruiter and he said if I get a call back, there would be 3 more interviews and a take-home activity. Like, at this point, I don't even want the interview practice anymore. It just seems so damn impossible to fucking find a job. What is the point of these interviews? And all I see online is just shit about how bad this fucking job market is and how it's not getting better. I feel like my head is going to explode. I just want to be happy and live my life and not have to worry about paying the fucking rent. Why do I want to work? Stop asking me why I want to work there. I just want to pay my rent. I don't fucking care about your company. I just want a job. Job interviews mean nothing to me anymore. I
don't even know if I'm going to post this. This is not one of my normal posts, but when I moved to Miami, I was super lost spiritually. And I don't know why, but I decided to pick up a Bible and start reading it. And when I was young, I went through a lot of sexual abuse. At the age of 9, I was molested for the first time by my cousin. And my whole life, I would use my sex to get things. Like, I was homeless at the age of 17. Long story, but I would use my sex to have a roof over my head. And when you go through, like, so much sexual abuse as a child, you get older and you're like, okay, like, if this is my reality, if men take advantage of me, if, like, you know, I use my sex like this, then, like, at least for OF, they don't have to touch me. They could hypersexualize me, but it would be at a distance and I would be safe. And there's something so dark about that thought process because it doesn't give you peace regardless. Like, I've made great money. I have been consistent. I started a business. I've been able to capitalize off that. I do social media, but I'm not proud of any of the things that I've done. I don't walk into rooms and I'm like, yeah, I'm an OF girl. It's just not something that I'm proud of, but based on what I went through, it was like, it was good enough for me. And I've been going through this process of just like reading every day. And it's interesting how my heart is coming to the reality of like, I'm so sick and tired of being like just good enough. It's not fulfilling for me anymore. I'm using my sex. Like, I age out of this stuff. I'm not going to have a career if I continue going down this path. And my value isn't just my sex. But it's interesting because I never saw it like that until I started reading how we're made. So I don't know what this journey it is that I'm on, but I'm being super vulnerable right now. And I'm just going to keep reading. Something is changing within me the more that I read and just get to know my relationship with God. But that is just what I'm going through currently. I'm a mess. I don't even know if I'm...
I don't care how many people love me, I still don't feel loved. And it sucks because I'm just like, why am I not enough? I never feel like I'm enough. My heart just shatters and it breaks and it hurts and I can't. It's just like, why am I not good enough and why will I never be good enough for people I used to be everything to?
Because people are trash, Cinderella. That's why. Okay? People are dead on the inside. People have commitment issues. They have intimacy issues. People are scared to be vulnerable. People, you know, they're just not going for the leading edge out of fear, out of trauma, out of so many things. And beautiful people like you who know that that's where all the good shit is, unfortunately, are going to find yourself amongst a dead ass society who doesn't see you until you're like this. And then they really won't even see you when they see you like this. They really won't see you until you're on the front of a obituary. And then all of a sudden, everything in them becomes animated in some lucid way. And then there's regret around shoulda, coulda, woulda, and nobody really thinks about all of that in real time because, you know, that's where it matters. And nobody is challenging themselves to get a little bit out of the hustle and bustle to make everything real for once. And everybody's running from themselves. So it's really hard for authentic people and really courageous people to be in a system like this with so many zombies. So, Cinderella, I understand. And like so many people that we've seen tonight, there too is nothing wrong with you. There never was. You didn't bite the apple, but you are a part of the minority who didn't. The majority did. And you're having to watch them live in a disillusionment and a detachment and a shallowness while knowing, you know, what's truly available for them and while dealing with won't be made available to you as a result.
Now I'm nothing. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it. I don't care how many people love me. I still don't feel.
Was let go from my job at Meta, and I have 60 days to find a new job or I'll be kicked out from the UK. What happened was this morning, I went to the office and I had a one-on-one scheduled with my manager. I thought it was a normal one. I even prepared a document to update my manager on all my projects. She sat down and then she went into a call and I thought she was going to present something. But then a woman appeared on the big monitor and I realized, oh, okay, this is this kind of meeting. I was surprisingly calm because my original manager, she was actually laid off the month prior, and then there were rumors of layoffs at Meta. I had to immediately grab my stuff and leave the office, hand in equipment, my badge. My manager did ask me if I wanted to grab any snacks before I left. Of course, I did. Then I just went back home, messaged me on LinkedIn, and then I jumped on a WhatsApp call to brief them of what happened. I entered on a skilled worker visa, and they told me, Meta, the HR person, told me it's canceled now, and I have a 60-day grace period to find something. So, welcome to my new series, where I try to find a job within 60 days. Follow to see what happens to me. Bye. I try to sleep in my car as best as I can, but on some days it is literally 10, 15 degrees. And I'm sleeping in my car and I get a hotel room. I'm trying the best as I can. I work 40-something hours a week. I'm trying to find a second job, but it was hard enough finding the first one. I'm trying to compile and save all the money that I can. I don't even really eat most days. I eat once a day. And I try to stretch it as much as I can and try to drink water. I got my nails done for my birthday. And I found the cheapest place I could get. And I didn't get no rhinestones or nothing decorations. I got the cheapest pair I could get. Because it's the only thing I can do for my birthday. I can't afford anything else for my birthday right now. I'm literally living paycheck to paycheck, moment to moment, minute to minute. What do you expect me to do? The economy's not getting any better. I keep looking for jobs. All I get is denials. It's just, it feels like, does it even feel like the world even wants me here? Because this just feels like maybe I don't deserve to live.
I'm gonna tell you something, sister. Everybody getting whooped right now. There's a lot of people going through it. There's a lot of people catching pure hell out here. There's a lot of people struggling financially. A lot of people losing their home. A lot of people losing their cars. A lot of people even losing their kids. But let me tell you, never self-delete yourself. You know what I mean? No matter how bad things.
Of the winter. Isn't it incredible how the system has manipulated everyone into believing that it's them? And now people, because they've internalized that, and nobody else has said anything different, because if you let the parents of these adults tell it, it is them. You know? But isn't it interesting how she's questioning whether she even is worthy of being here without even knowing that it's not even her. It's not even her. Look at how much power the system has, psychologically, physically, materially. And look at what it's done to people's self-esteem and self-worth and sense of self. She doesn't even know if she's worthy of being here because she is struggling to self-sustain as a result of a intentionally crashed market. Bro,
I don't share stuff like this, bro, but this is, bro, it's hard, bro. It's real hard, bro, living a life where a lot of people don't really understand you. It's hard living a life where you following faith, but you can't, you don't even know where you're going. You don't even know what you're doing. You just following faith, following God. You don't even following purpose. You don't even know what you're doing, bro. It's hard, bro. It's hard when you ain't got people to talk to, people to understand the steps that you really got to take, fam. It's hard, bro. I'm fucking tired, fam. I'm tired, bro. I'm really tired. I'm really so tired, bro. Every day, fam, it's something new. It's something this is that. I gotta fight through this. I gotta push through this, bro. Whole time I got faith. Whole time I got my eyes on God. I got my eyes on Jesus, bro. It's hard, bro. People don't talk about how fucking hard it is. It's hard. It's really hard, bro. It's really so hard, bro. I'm so tired, fam. So tired. I just want it to stop, bro. I really want this to stop. When does it stop, bro? When does it end? When? Don't talk, bro.
I want to say this. We need to normalize the conversation around the hardness of life. I'm sick of the only conversation life gets is a picker-upper conversation. It's a motivation conversation. It's everything is going to be okay. If that was the fucking case, we wouldn't have cemeteries filled with people who died from shit that wasn't okay. It is not going to always be okay. And I think sometimes thinking that way is very destructive because it keeps us from really identifying the source of what actually the problem is. In this case, the damn system. But because of this Bill Cosby, Mr. Rogers attitude, and minimizing it to anecdotal strength and anecdotal hope, we end up misidentifying the issue, the root of the issue, the author of the issue, and then the author of the confusion and the issue continues to be able to be in power, while once again we resort to questioning ourselves and thinking that this is about personal motivation and personally pushing through and personally prevailing. And I think that this is why so many Americans, despite all that we're seeing, we know that corporations are demonic. We know that politicians are worshiping Lucifer and Baphomet and owls and galvanizing that Bohemian fucking Grove and violating children and performing ritualistic satanic ceremonies and sex trafficking and child trafficking and human trafficking, and are engrossing and enriching their wealth and creating technology geared to be more apocalyptic and manipulative and bewitching upon the system. And even with all that we know, we're still being rather decent people, even in our clapback against the system, because deep down, subconsciously, that social programming that, despite how bad it is, I'm sure that I can probably find my way out of this. I think this is literally keeping the revolution from being televised, because deep down in the sociology of Americans is this embedded, inherited belief that we can do it. I can do it. This man is snotting out of his mouth, saying that I'm applying the only thing that I know when nothing else that I know works for me, which is faith in God. That's what I've been taught. Faith, 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 faith. I've been keeping my eye on God, and nothing is improving. I'm falling deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the sunken place. And he's here too, a victim of systemic this, systemic that, at war against the machine that has a mirror in front of it, reflecting your reflection back to you, making you be like, oh, the problem is me. Okay, it has to be my faith. It has to be the way I'm perceiving things. Oh, wait. You know, it has to be that my resume isn't good enough. Maybe it's the jobs I'm looking for. Maybe it's the way I'm trying to exit this. Maybe it's the way I'm trying to resolve this. While the machines. And this is handicapping our ability to finally put on the brass knuckles and give this bitch that work called America. Why is it that we know all that we know about how demonstrative, how enslaving, how cold, stoic, and emotionless and inhumane the system is, and yet we're still peacefully protesting, and we're still peacefully asking, and we're still peacefully voting, and we're still peacefully organizing, and we're still... When we're past that, baby, we're in the end games now. Baby, we're past the part where we should think that we can be reasonable with a power like this. Because we cannot. That's why it doesn't matter that we are protesting, and we are protesting no kings, and we're doing all these demonstrations because, and it's not working, because you cannot make a moral appeal to a system that doesn't have a moral fucking conscience. You can only reason with reasonable people. You can only be heard by whom is actually listening. You can only inspire and compel empathy from people in a system that has a empathy to respond back with. We are past the conversation. And so many people, despite having all the information, all the data, we have all the things now that we need to know. That is not us. And that is not going to be and get better if we don't choose ourselves, if we don't choose each other, if we don't combine like the damn members of Captain Planet. But so many Americans are still, even under all of this, not willing to go off and to go in and to swing methodical, intentional, responsible, powerful blows to this fascist reality, because deep down, the doctrine of it probably is me is still there in full effect. It's almost like Stockholm Syndrome, when eventually you become abused for so long. When it comes to American communities, when it comes to American society, right? all the propaganda, all of the politicizing. We've been socialized upon generations and generations and generations and generations of Americans. And now we have Stockholm Syndrome. And even though we know that this motherfucker is the abuser, and we know this motherfucker is the sick one, and we know this motherfucker is the manipulator, and it's the user, and it's the exploitator in the situation, even though we know this, we still be like, Daddy, I'll never do that again. Daddy, I won't be a disruptor. Daddy, I won't. I'll be obedient. So when is enough going to be enough? Because once everything that you know starts failing you, then that's the way you logically conclude that, oh, this is actually not, it's not me. Like, you've gone out of your way to do everything, as you have heard from 50,011 Americans now. On this live stream, girl, I went to school. I went into debt. I got the degrees. I was making the money. I was doing the things. And you're watching an abundance of people who were never even privileged and afforded the opportunity to even get all that stuff to be elevated, who've always known the bottom because of systemic issues, people who did everything the system told them to do, who are now in the position of those who never were privileged enough to have those things. You're watching the fact that it's not just Becky, it's Brenda ass too. It's not just Brenda, it's Brandon ass too. It's not just Brandon, it's Billy ass too. And everybody is realizing that they're not a person, they're a thing, they're a product, and that they have been a part of something completely dehumanizing and cold, being sold a dream, like a drug deal. America is one of the most sufficient, competent drug dealers in the world. America is a drug dealer. And she sold horrendous things to people under the guise of healing and a peace of mind when it was in fact poison. And the system got away from the people and now is in a position to protect itself, to avoid accountability, and are leaving the communities that it utilized and objectified in ruins, and to figure out 100% of their own problems, which is irresponsible, because you can't make a community of any persons and people responsible for problems that you 100% gave to them. This is why I call it like collective narcissistic abuse. On to the next, on to the next.
Of the day trying to figure out why they still give a fuck about most shit these days. I don't give a fuck about shit and nothing. I wake up every day trying to find a reason to care about most things these days, and it's not even a reason to get up and say, yeah, I want to wake out of bed to actually give a fuck these days. I have to force myself to want to get up and participate in this bullshit ass world. I know everything is bullshit. I know everything is a flawed system. I know this system is rigged against us, and I just keep finding myself hard to get up every single day to want to keep participating in this shit. 70% of me just want to lay in the bed and not do nothing and just figure out how to just get away from this, escape from this shit every single day. But yet I get up and keep participating in it because I have to. If I don't, my life will stop. My bills will stop. My everything will stop. So I have to find a reason to get up and want to participate in this shit every single day. I keep finding that reason every day, but at some point I just be want to lay there and say, fuck it. Just fuck it. Am I wrong for just want to lay there and just say fuck it?
Because let's talk about the fuck it. Let's talk about the fuck itness, you know, and what I'm about to say is very revolutionary, very radical, and definitely you're not going to probably hear it anywhere else but here, girl. But this is how forward moving and how clear about what I am inherently, which is a personification of reality, temporarily occupying an avatar for the sake of having this whimsical ass experience on this thing that some people are calling a planet. But, you know, I'm not going to encourage nobody to tie a rope around their neck, but let's be clear. We are the creators of our own reality. And the truth is, we also need to understand that we don't have to go. Just like many slaves jumped ship during the transatlantic slave trade, because where they won't go, what they won't be doing, what they won't be suffering through, what they won't be putting future generations of African people through, what they won't be putting and participating and putting future indigenous melanated people through, and made an executive decision. You know, the whole thing that we don't like about quote unquote self-deletion is that oftentimes the context is duress. And I'm not really here to shame people who make those type of choices, because I feel like those type of choices should be honored in the same way that bringing life forth should be honored. We make the choice to bring forth a life. We can make the choice to detonate our personal lives. I think what's oftentimes sad about self-deletion is that sometimes what brought people to wanting to exit the simulation are issues that were preventable. If people had just been loved, had people just had been seen and valued and embraced, had people just had a community to band around them, encouraged to get the help that they need. If they would have had systems, communities, people available to be a help and be of service. That a lot of times what brings people sometimes to that choice are things that could have been prevented. But also what brings people to that point is also completion. And we never talk about that. We never talk about the hordes of people who are actually doing just fine, really don't got no real issues going on, and yet are kind of just as disinterested in this experience as those who are in pain and want to be free from that pain is. We never talk about the scores of people who have came, saw, conquered, done what they felt they needed to do, experienced what they needed to experience, and already to go back home, are ready to unplug and take off the God helmet, are ready to return back to source energy. Because leaving doesn't have to always be under duress. It could be under completion. It could be because I am complete. I'm complete. I mean, how long am I really supposed to be, in the video game? And if I am a mini deity and I have a personal soul that chose to have this experience, then that means that there is no judgment if I decide to put down the controller, because I'm ready to move on with and to the next or whatever, or I'm ready to fully be again. When old girl earlier was talking about how difficult it is, I was thinking to myself, or maybe it was a guy, that we don't talk about enough, how hard it is to be God, but be downgraded or downloaded into this experience, and then have to deal with duality, have to deal with polarity, the discipline it takes daily to strive away from the destructive forces within yourself, to fight against the forces against nature, light, and love. I don't think we have those conversations that dignify the grief around having a body, the grief around being a spirit, being the consciousness that is temporarily occupying these avatars for the sake of moving around the Sims virtual reality. And why is it so much shame around people deciding to disconnect? Because, in being really clear about it, I would rather people unplug rather than to let this world change them into a homicidal, mentally ill threat unto others. I would rather actually people unplug than to let their circumstances turn them into a game-banging, apathetic, womanizing rapist. I would actually rather people unplug before people allow the circumstances that did them to be the circumstances they also project onto other people. I would rather people also just have the dignified freedom to feel like they have full autonomy, because they do. Who told you that you owe something to nature? Who told you that you owe something to 99 years of age? Who told you that you should want to do that and that you should leave it to everything else to unplug you? Whether it be a car accident, whether it be a disgruntled spouse, whether it be a stray bullet, whether it be cancer, AIDS, sickle cell, falling from a great height, dementia, Alzheimer's, starvation, homelessness. Like, who told you that you should leave it to those things to remove you? Because you don't. I wish people felt more empowered, because I do feel like unplugging also is a form of empowerment. I don't have stigmas around self-deletion. I feel people should be very clear if that's the conclusion that they're drawing. And people should take the time to inspect that and to move within that. But ultimately, I don't have no hang-ups around the concept of self-deletion. I don't have a judgment about it. Just like I don't have a judgment about people fucking and choosing to bring forth life against that soul's will. So just like I don't, have a judgment for people who just throw people into this experience by procreating. I don't have no fucking stigma around people choosing to personally retire if that's what they feel the need to do. But we also know that a lot of the reasons people feel this way is because the system is just that ratchet and terrible and that overbearing and that stifling. And this is why that motherfucker has to come down. And it's why it's going to have to come down before our children's children can grow old enough to be a victim of it, because that's all that's coming if we don't change it, if we don't tear it down. We're only giving birth to people who will ultimately be slaves of the system. And I'm very proud that so many Americans are no longer having children. I think it's 30 to 40, maybe 50 something Americans percent not having children, not interested in having children. Great. Good. But that does also mean that it's on those of us who are to radically shift this reality so that it's sustainable for so many souls who should have the liberty and luxury of coming into this plane of existence and experiencing all of the beautiful things that spirit put here to be experienced.
Want to keep participating in this shit, it's hard to get up and keep doing this shit every single fucking day when you know it's not even going to benefit you in no fucking shape, fashion, or form. It's just going to rinse and repeat and do the same shit all over again. I'm tired of the same shit all over again. Just my opinion, just being honest.
On to the next.
This is a 26-year-old who has practically nothing left. I've been unemployed for a year now because I got laid off. I reached the end of a 3rd round interview 2 weeks ago, had a referral and a letter of recommendation, and I still got denied. And I'm practically homeless. I can't afford anything. My life is pretty much over. Love that for me.
Why is everyone feeling so alone nowadays? I don't want to live in Europe anymore. I'm sick of this individualist, doing your own thing, being your own man, being your own woman, being your own everything, being your own boss, in your own community. All of this shit doesn't matter, you know? Imagine you could be living in your land right now somewhere in the beautiful countryside, taking eggs from your chickens. The things you have to deal with is maybe, I don't know, there's a leak in something that you built on the land and now you need to fix it, or maybe we need to be innovative and build something new to sustain our living in an even more beautiful and pragmatical way with amazing people that make family that are together every day. And all of these thoughts and obstacles that we're dealing with, they are so absurd, you know, like all of this doesn't even exist outside of Europe and these crazy countries like that. I want to go there and really live. And not the simulation bullshit that we're dealing with here. Loneliness epidemic, what the hell? I feel so alone.
Mom's in a bad job. It was most of my life.
That wasn't just a couple months at a bad job. It was most of my life that built up and made me hit a wall eventually. People talk about burnout like it's just caused by one stressful period of work. But I think sometimes burnout is years of survival mode catching up to you. Years of constantly adapting, constantly proving yourself, wanting to achieve more, be better, perform at all times, holding everything together, being independent. For me, burnout wasn't my body eventually saying, you keep telling yourself this exhausting phase of your life is temporary, but you never actually leave it. It just becomes slightly more manageable. I think that's why my recovery felt so complicated, because I didn't just need rest. I needed to rebuild the whole way of how I exist. Make sure to leave me a like and follow and see.
So apparently nearly half of Americans burn through their paycheck within 48 hours of getting paid. And before people start screaming, stop buying coffee or learn discipline, listen to where the money is actually going. Rent, grocery, gas, utilities, late fees, overdraft fees. Y'all seeing the pattern? Now, this article I read said most people aren't even spending crazy. They're just trying to survive long enough to make it to their next paycheck. And honestly, that's the part don't nobody want to talk about. We have a generation that's working full-time jobs, but living in survival mode. You get paid, bills instantly hit, your accounts get drained, then you spend the next 2 weeks waiting for a deposit. That right there is not freedom. That's financial survival. Now, Gen Z and millennials are getting hit the hardest because everything costs more and wages have barely moved. And people are wondering why anxiety, depression, and burnout are through the roof. How are people supposed to save money when most of their check already belongs to bills before they even touch it? You're getting paid just to give the money right back. The craziest part is that this article said many people aren't even irresponsible. The timing of the system itself is hurting the people. Bills come whenever they want, and people only get paid every couple of weeks. So a lot of people lives on this constant cycle. Pay, broke, stress, repeat. And a lot of Americans are tired. So apparently nearly...
Okay, let me show y'all this. Thumbs up, share, share, share.
Want to be alive anymore. Want to be alive anymore. Being alive is expensive, and I feel like, what is the point of being alive if I can't afford to live? I got the red notice on my door yesterday. It has really brought forward this, I don't know, this like sense of heaviness, this breakdown that I've been having all week. I go to 2 out of my 3 jobs today. I work overnight, and then tomorrow morning I'll come home, get a couple hours of sleep. I'll go to one of my jobs. Once I clock out of that job, I'll be going straight to another overnight shift. I hardly want to go because it's like so clear that like I can't obviously like cover my fucking necessities, and I just in one of the poorest states in the US, the cost of living somehow is unsustainable working 3 jobs. I am considered a part-timer that's put on schedule due to understaffing and being worked to death. I know everybody is one missed paycheck from being homeless. I work 3 jobs and I still can't cover my necessities. I can't bring that to my property manager and say, it's the system that's fucking me up. Sorry, I work 3 jobs. I literally can't. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna finish getting dressed and get ready for work.
Guys, this is not sustainable. She's working 3 jobs. She can barely afford to pay her rent, let alone anything else.
And the sad part about it is that based upon her outfit, it looked like she's in healthcare. Jesus Christ.
We have billions of dollars to shoot missiles at another country where most people are probably having the same problem she is, but they apparently hate us. Do you really think that's why this is happening? Do you not see that we're still accepting a system where there's a few people on top who make all the decisions? They don't care about anybody else. Do we even care about ourselves, that we accept this system? How little do we think of ourselves? How undeserving of life do we really believe we are? That we would allow situations like this girl, that we would allow situations like this war that's going on. And I'm 42. There's been wars pretty much nonstop my entire life. And the struggle to survive has only gotten worse and worse and worse. And the real problem here is the only people in a position to fix this problem currently are the ones that are basically just focused on shooting missiles at each other. They don't care. When are we going to start caring? When are we going to stand up and say, look, we need a system that's best for all? And I'm looking for other real human beings, not just a bunch of programmed robots who just want to spout their beliefs and opinions about why it can't change. That's you, fuck off. If you really want to do something about this in a peaceful way, in a political way, in a way where you use your words to communicate and to persuade, that's who I'm looking for. That's who I want to be friends with. That's who I want to surround myself with.
70% of Gen Z and millennials feel anxious while resting because they've been conditioned to believe that doing nothing is a waste of human potential. Wow. Sure, the system loves that way of thinking, right? Like, you have to really think about who benefits from this anxiousness, who benefits from this restlessness, who benefits from this anxiety, who benefits from it. Oh, the system created the anxiety that makes you feel guilty about not contributing more to the system. Wow. Buyers have vanished. The United States has 630,000 more home sellers than buyers at this point. Generation Z claims that they are experiencing record-breaking levels of anxiety and a pervasive sense that the world is on the brink of collapse. And it's because this particular system and its people, well, the system is sustaining. It's the people that are collapsing. We're going to revisit this. For the first time since the Great Depression, more people are moving out of the United States than entering it. And of course, nobody has contributed to America losing its lust, its lure, and its attractiveness than the unfortunate current leader who is out here playing on everybody's head tops by not giving a damn about Americans' financial struggles. So let's listen to your president, girl, on his relationship to your financial and economic circumstances.
To what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that
not even a little bit
matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about.
Mind you, they can't have a nuclear weapon. Exactly where would they be getting a nuclear weapon from when you have already claimed that the United States Army has blown all of their nuclear plants apart? Remember when you said that American taxpaying dollars were used to blow apart all of their arsenal and to blow apart their military and to destroy and obliterate all of their bases, and that was done precisely and successfully? We're back to this irrational concern about nukes that you said they were never not going to have since we successfully destroyed their bases, huh? My God, today.
American finance.
And he wonder why he's getting popped left and right, girl, while they're climbing the rooftops.
Situation, I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Trump once again betrayed his voters by stating that he doesn't care at all about the financial situation of Americans. Not even a little bit. His statement, not even a little bit, I don't think about Americans' financial situations, underscores his total contempt for his own voters. His refusal to even feign concern lands harder because he could have at least pretended to care about the suffering his war has caused American families who are struggling to make ends meet. Sadly, this may be the most honest statement of Trump's career.
To what extent?
Oh, if you think that was a one-off and a mistake and he misspoke, nope. Doubles down. I don't think about Americans' financial situation at all.
The people get it. Jumped all over this statement that you made the other day. You were asked when you were leaving.
To what extent are American financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. I don't think about American financial situation.
That's right. That's a perfect segue. I make it again. But you can imagine how many people stop the soundbite at. I don't think about America's financial situation. So, what's your response to that framework?
It's very simple. When people hear me say it, everybody agrees.
Pundits, the people get it. All over this statement. Get it.
Baby, he said, girl, nope, it wasn't no cut, girl. It wasn't no edit, baby. I said it and I meant it. My God. Today, Trump faces new backlash as 59%, more than half of Americans, say that he is using, clearly, the White House for personal goddamn gain. A new poll suggests that many Americans believe that Donald Trump's second term is benefiting one person above all, which is his goddamn self. According to the latest economics YouGov poll, a majority of Americans, 59% that is, say that Trump is using his office for personal gain. Only 30% believe he is not. The number is slightly higher than when the poll last asked the question in November of last year, when 56% said that Trump was using the presidency for his own benefit and 32% said he was not. The divide is sharp across party lines. Nearly all Democrats, 93%, believe Trump is using his position of professional and personal gain, while 64% of independents say the same. Republicans largely disagree, with 71% saying he is not. Amongst MAGA Republicans, 82% reject the idea, while non-MAGA Republicans are nearly split, 41 to 44%. The poll also points to Trump's broader approval issues. Just 37% of Americans approve of his job performance, while more than half disapprove. One major concern is Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over the unauthorized leak of his tax returns. Nearly 2/3 of Americans, 64%, say the IRS should not, in fact, pay him. Let's continue on. Okay, been here, done that. Bloop. Y'all want the likes up, child. The king is kangin'. As family homelessness hits record highs, school districts are offering parking lots as safe sites for students and their families to sleep at night, you guys. 82% of millennials and Gen Z now say they would take a lower paying job if it meant better mental health and work-life harmony. My God, today. Not people really getting to the bottom line. That people would actually prefer to be happy and have a peace of mind rather than to have a packed wallet. We're going to revisit this too. Let's continue on. Nobody speaks to their neighbors anymore. New data shows 50% collapse. New data from the American Enterprise Institute is sounding the alarm that regular neighbor interaction amongst young Americans has crashed from 51% in 2012 to just 25% in 2025. Even casual weekly chats dropped from 59 to 41%. We used to borrow sugar, watch each other's kids, and actually know the people next door. Now, most young adults can't name their neighbors. Here's why it's happening. Tech has turned our homes into private entertainment bunkers. Young people move constantly for jobs. The pandemic unalived in-person social practice. Remote work means never leaving the couch. Church and community groups are emptying out. The fallout is real, more loneliness, fewer real-life perspectives, and communities held together by fragile DMs instead of actual human support. When was the last time you talked to your goddamn neighbor? Probably the last time you accused that motherfucker of having their dog piss on your goddamn lawn. My God, today. Living alone. Over 50% of hiring managers admit to posting ghost jobs, job listings for positions that a company has absolutely no intention of hiring for. A new survey has found that more than half of all hiring managers openly admit to posting job listings for positions their companies have no actual intention of filling or feeling, a deceptive practice known as ghost job posting, as we heard one American talk about in one of the testimonies that I showed. Companies use these fake listings for a range of reasons, including building a passive candidate database, keeping a pulse on the talent market, making the company appear to be growing, or simply placating overworked teams without committing a new headcount. The practice has devastating consequences for job seekers who spend hours tailoring applications and preparing for interviews for roles that were never real, contributing to widespread frustration, mental health strain, and declining trust in the hiring process overall. Labor advocates are now calling for transparency regulations that would require companies to disclose how long a position has been open and whether it represents a genuine hiring need. Do you know how much shit you have to do when you're filling out an application, including submitting a goddamn resume? Can you imagine how many grown-ass adults right now are fighting for their lives who have not even had an interview in 2 years, but have filled out 200 job applicants and having their families and friends attempt to support them financially, who probably have to deal with the frustration of some of their own community members believing that they're not trying hard enough, or there could be no way you're putting in this many applications and you're not getting a hit, and nobody would be willing to hire you, when that literally is factually the goddamn case, because the system is fucking rigged from the inside out. Could you imagine how many people right now are dealing with the frustrated people who have given them their couch, or the parents who have allowed their grown-ass kids to move back in, who believe that they raised a sorry son of a bitch, you know, who's berating them, giving them time limits, and really believe that this adult that they're supporting under this regime is just being lazy and grifty. And that's not the case, as you see so many Americans crying, are under great stress and duress, and need a goddamn therapist just to deal with having to apply to motherfucking jobs and dealing with the consistent rejection, and having Americans saying that at this point, they don't even expect a motherfucking email or a goddamn acknowledgement or a motherfucking response or a goddamn interview, or to get the goddamn job at this motherfucking point. At this point, applying for a goddamn job is just a practice. My God, today. Moving along. 62% of adults age 18 to 29 expect their lives to be worse than the previous generations, according to recent surveys. A lot of people in their 20s don't feel like they're stepping into a better world. They feel like they're trying to keep up with a harder one. Recent surveys show the majority of adults 18 to 29 believe that they'll be worse off than their parents financially and socially. Oh, you're talking about the good old days where mom could afford to be a stay-at-home mom and raise all four of the goddamn kids on dad's one salary, and he'd be able to purchase the family a home off that one salary? Oh, yeah. Them good old days are long fucking gone. Somebody once asked, what happened to all of the house parties? What happened to all of the block parties? Hello? Nobody has a goddamn house to have a motherfucking house party in. Rising costs, student debt, housing that feels out of reach. It adds up, but there's the nuance. Expectations are shifting too. What a good life looks like isn't the same as it was a generation ago. So it's not just pessimism, it's a rewrite. All right? And that rewrite plays back into this. 82% of millennials and Gen Z now say they would take a lower pay job if it meant better mental health. But by lower pay, motherfuckers don't mean pennies on a goddamn dollar. They mean a sustainable wage that will at the very least allow them to have a dignified, basic lifestyle, provide roof, utilities, food, medical, etc., while leveraging, the other part of life that's meant to be lived. You're meant to be loved. Meant to laugh. Create and develop memories. Have fun. Remember that word, fun? My God. So within all of this collapse is a great opportunity. But once again, we're going to revisit this. I don't want to get there just yet. Let's see here. What do we have here? Bloop. Just did that. Hold on. You guys run the likes all the way up. Trump pardoned 1,500 January 6 rioters, wiped their records clean. Now he's building a $1.7 billion fund to pay them to. Pardon records right, baby. Oh, yeah. The pardons, 1,500. Pending cases also cleared. $1.7 billion figure deliberately echoes the year 1776. Trump dropped his $10 billion IRS lawsuit in exchange for the funding being created. 5-member panel processes claims through December 15th of 2028. Trump can remove any motherfucking member. The leak, a former IRS contractor illegally leaked Trump's confidential tax returns to the New York Times and ProPublica during his first term. Charles Littlejohn pleaded guilty and was sentenced to federal prison. Littlejohn also leaked tax info of thousands of wealthy Americans, including Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Ken Griffin. Trump, his sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, and the Trump Organization sued the IRS for $10 billion. The suit was voluntarily dismissed on May 18th of 2026 in exchange for $1.7 billion fund being created. What is the $1.7 billion fund? It's an anti-weaponization fund named for the year 1776. Established by the Justice Department. People who allege that they were politically targeted by the Biden administration. Okay, those are the people who can claim into this funding. Attorney Mark Mikulski, who represents hundreds of January 6 defendants, advocated for the fund, said it would compensate his clients. 5-member commission reviews claims that Trump retains the power to remove any member at will. Commission processes claims through December 15th of 2028. In exchange for the $1.7 billion fund, Trump also withdrew 2 additional administrative claims beyond the IRS. $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over Charles Littlejohn's illegal tax return leak, administrative claim related to the FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago, administrative claim related to the Russia investigation. The machinery of government should never be weaponized against any American. Okay? That's what A.G. Todd Blanche said. Democrats call it a theft of taxpayer money, the most brazen theft and abuse of taxpayer dollars by any president in American motherfucking history. Democrats immediately condemn the fund as an abuse of taxpayer money. Critics say the fund is designated to reward January 6th defendants and Trump political allies. The commissioner's rule let Trump remove any oversight member raising impartiality concerns. Fund is framed as helping victims of lawfare, a term critics say is politically loaded. Pardons done, lawsuits drop, fund is active. You know, all I know is that it's time for an ass whipping. January 6th, get reparations before ninjas do. All I know, baby, is that it's time for a legendary ass whipping of immense proportions. Oh, yes, I do. That's what I know. Baby. This is some supernatural level gaslighting shit. There are melanated Black and brown victims of police brutality who will never see justice a day in their life. Shout out to Trayvon Martin. And yet, the January 6ers, essentially the KKK bitch, criminals found guilty by the DOJ will be in fact rewarded and enriched. And Trump has qualified immunity and will not be subjected to a certain investigative privileges of the IRS, while also being able to protect his children and his organization in which he funnels money through into, oh yeah, all them off the hook, baby. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Trump got his own government to enrich him and his allies. And gets to remain in power with no true overhead or check and balances, which is why midterm elections are going to have to be off the motherfucking chain and at skyrocketing levels. There are going to have to be numbers there that set a precedent in this entire thing. Democrats need to be able to hoot and holler from the actual table, not from masses' feet, which is where they will be if the people don't turn midterms the fuck out. The opposition will be at masses' feet rather than at masses' table. These are the election cycles that actually fucking matter, that you have influence in, that you have a say-so in. And all that energy, all that heat, all this frustration, all this upheaval, we're going to have to put it there. This will be one of the respectable ways to wage war with this fascist regime. I believe in South Carolina, midterms begin in what, 2 weeks? 2 weeks. We'll be coming around that mountain when they're gone. What is this? Did I read this already? Oh, yep. Y'all bring the likes all the way up, honey. If you enjoying, thumbs up, share, support the motherfucking king. All links are in the description box below. Now, listen to this. Completely heartbreaking.
Baddest thing I've seen in a long time. I want you to listen to this.
Yesterday, I'm 65 years old. I'm legally blind. I'm on disability. I went to my doc and I lost 28 pounds in the last year. I did not need to lose 28 pounds. I did not try to lose 28 pounds. I lost the 28 pounds because I cannot afford to eat anymore. Under Biden, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Under Biden, I was able to put $100 a month away for food, along with my SNAP, and I did okay. I could get fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, and meat. It is just me. But now, with grocery prices so high, propane, electricity out of this world, I now only allow myself $65 a month for food.
Sharon, are you on SNAP benefits?
Let me tell you, under Joe Biden, I received $80 a month for SNAP. That was taken away from me under Donald Trump. He took it away. He gave me $24 a month. I did receive that for a couple of months. Then he took it down to $12.50 a month. I said, screw you. So I'm not doing that no more. So now I get $65 a month, Mimi. And for them people out there, all these Republicans that are doing so flipping well right now, I have 3 potatoes. I have a half a tomato. I have 3 bananas, 1 apple, 1 can of soup, a half a loaf of bread, 1 egg, and 1 can of green beans. I do not get paid until the 3rd. I am disability blind. I cannot drive a car. I'm 15 miles out of town, so I am not able to just trot my butt down to the food shelf. I used to volunteer at the food shelf. I can't even do that anymore. I don't understand. I'd like somebody to explain to me, why is it always the poor people that are helping the poor people? I don't understand. But what I want to say, Mimi, is that it's really close to coming, like that man said, the end is coming near, and it can't be any more true for me.
That is Trump's America. This might be the
Jesus, my Christ, baby. May God be with us. May God be with us. A conservative group just sued the Find a Black Doctor website, saying that it illegally excludes white physicians. Do Not Harm, the conservative anti-DEI medical group, filed a federal lawsuit Tuesday in Manhattan targeting findablackdoctor.com and its founder, NYC dermatologist Dr. Diana Skarchin. The complaint argues the site illegally discriminates against non-Black physicians by limiting its listings strictly to Black physicians and dentists in active clinical practice. Co-plaintiff and the Colorado dermatologist Dr. Travis Morrell, who says that he applied to be listed and never received a response. Maybe because the job market is that terrible. How about that, Saltine? This is not Do Not Harm's first rodeo. In 2025, they sued the Black Doctors Directory connected to Penn Medicine and Word Radio in Philadelphia. That case settled with the directory being forced to rename itself and open its listing to doctors of all races. FindABlackDoctor.com was created specifically because Black Americans remain drastically underrepresented in medicine, and studies have shown that Black patients often receive better care and feel more comfortable with doctors who share their cultural background and lived experience. This is the reverse racism of it all. Initiatives, spaces, coalitions, oases of hope created specifically for melanated people are now being dismantled and confronted and are now being held accountable for quote unquote reverse racism. The obsession, the harassment of it all, melanated people, we need to file a class action lawsuit against the United States fucking government. Because if that's the case, it's time for us to start reverse unoing and suing all of the mainstream universities and college campuses that didn't hire us. All of the corporate institutions that did not give us a call back when we were more than qualified to be hired and to be interviewed. You know, it's really time to go blow for blow in this bitch. It's time to literally go elbow to elbow, titty for titty, foot for foot, fist for fist in this bitch. Because who in the hell these people feeling like? So even when we go off and mind our businesses and create our own businesses and target and take care of our own people, they want to infiltrate and co-opt and hijack those spaces so that they can hover with their monitoring spirited asses, so that they can report back to the big house just in case some shit need to be regulated. You know, to have intimate access to the data so they can continue to study ways to disrupt our community from the inside out. The obsession is real. This is the shit that's going on. Like right now. Like Donald Trump tearing down DEI and affirmative action. Like Donald Trump penalizing HBCUs. HBC. Hold on. HBC. It's HBCUs. Oh, it ain't sound right when it came out. Hold on. Is it HBC? Oh yeah, HBC. I said it right. Thank you, the Holy Ghost. See, the goddamn system working on me got me doubting my motherfucking self. Okay, HBCUs tearing down Black museums, stopping funding for Black museums who are showing an accurate depiction of America KKK. Oh, but Trump's dirty, dingy, bastardized ass. Oh, no, he doesn't stop there. You know, he's also suppressing funding for hospice care. You know, such a Christian man. On top of that, to my very point, girl, BET has been infiltrated because BET is zero. Hear me loud. 0% Black owned and heavily aligned with Trump. BET is currently 0% Black owned and heavily tied to the Trump administration. BET was once a symbol of Black economic power, founded by Robert L. Johnson as a network built by Black people for Black ass people. But today it is 0% Black owned and controlled by a corporate structure directly aligned with the Trump administration. The bigger question is no longer about nostalgia. It's about ownership, power, and who controls Black narratives. As outlined in our latest investigation, BET's parent company now sits under billionaire leadership tied to Donald Trump, corporate DEI rollbacks, and cancellation of major Black cultural institutional events. My God, today. When Black audiences no longer control the platforms built for the Black culture, can those platforms still meaningfully align with Black economic or cultural interests? This is what it's all about for them, girl. Getting in, and getting in. Why would non-Black billionaires and corporations be interested in hijacking a media outlet designated for Black people. It's the literal corporate and institutional colonization for me. For me, it is. It's the digital form of colonization for me. And BET is, being trash. Well, we know why it's trash. All money ain't good money. And I understand sometimes big money is put on the table for Black people to sell their shit, to sell their Black ass shit. But this is where you have to understand, baby, that all skin folk ain't motherfucking kin folk. Because you have the Black boule, aka the mother Black capitalist, who will sell the motherfucking community out if the price is motherfucking right. If the price is right, baby. Black boule members and Black capitalists will sell your ass down the Mississippi River. Why would an already successful and enriched Black owner of BET sell BET to a richer entity who came in total and utter whiteface? Didn't even have to pretend to blackface it. Came in white glory. Like, you never intellectually sat back and thought about, bitch, like, why would I have needed to create BET if the system was already providing the things necessary for the entertainment and educational purposes and elevations of Black folk? What was really the point of then creating it just to sell it back to the fucking system that made you have to create it to begin with? I'm not going to raise my blood pressure. Tonight. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to raise my blood pressure tonight, baby. Oh no, the enemy, he will not have my soul. Oh no. Oh no. I lose brain cells when I think about the foolishness of it all. Like, girl, can America just be like gentrified once and for all and somebody just put this bitch out of business, bitch? Like, girl, where are the Black ass citizens of Pluto, girl? Where are the Plutonian niggas, girl, who need to come in for the alien invasion, bitch, and close America down, girl? Where are the melanated Martians at, girl? Girl, it's time for an independence level, girl. Extermination, because at this point, baby, I'm on some, girl, if we can't have it, you can't either, shit, girl. So if you gotta come, girl, and stop shop, honey, by evaporating our asses too, because that's so be it, girl. Because these folk done lost they goddamn mind, and Black capitalists just out there giving it away, girl. Just out there giving it away. How much money does a rich motherfucker need, bitch? The owner was already a fucking multi-millionaire. Black investors were already multi-millionaires. How fucking much more money do you need? between all the fucking black corporate interests in BET collectively, that wasn't more than a motherfucking enough? You're going to give us back to the people you're trying to save us from? Girl, I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. I can't deal. I cannot deal. What else we got up her?
And that the economy is so bad, we aren't even able to envision a negative future for ourselves, one that we're going to struggle and suffer, one that we're like, okay, this is going to be really hard, but maybe we'll make it out on the other side. And like, I can envision how hard this is going to be and what I'm going to have to do. No, we are at a point where we cannot even envision a future for ourselves. And that is far more dangerous for your mental and emotional health than anything else. It is a higher indicator for suicidal ideation and completion of suicide to not be able to imagine a future for yourself as opposed to imagine a future that is negative. Really, the most important part of all of this is that the younger generations are unable right now to imagine any sort of future for themselves at all. Like maybe before they were able to imagine a future that was pretty shitty and they're like, damn, that's gonna suck, that's gonna be hard, but I can at least imagine it and like try to prepare myself and blah, blah, blah. But no, at this point, young people are just like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to exist tomorrow, later today. I don't know if we're going to be at a war. I don't know, like, if I'm even going to be able to afford gas. It is absolutely catastrophic all around them, just constantly. How the fuck are you supposed to imagine a future for yourself when you can't even depend on the future that is immediately in front of you being tonight? Young people, Gen Z, like, they genuinely don't have any hope. And you know what? I don't blame them. Why would they? What around them? What about their experience has shown them that they can actually like count on any of the systems that they were told that they should count on and will actually help them like live and find success and purpose in life? No, they've watched it crumble around them, and then they've watched the people like millennials, myself, and then generations older than me just try on this hamster wheel and still fail. We still are not getting the success or whatever the fuck was promised us, despite how hard we're working. And the younger generations see that, and they don't know what the hell is going to happen next for them. Because genuinely, who does? Who does? Until economically, socially, like whatever, however the fuck you want to categorize this, until we get to a point where young people can actually imagine a future for themselves, because I don't know, like the world will maybe exist. Like we haven't even touched on the environment. Oh my God. Until they can actually imagine some sort of future for themselves, I don't know where we go from here. I don't, because hope will be lost. If you can't imagine anything, nothing can happen. So this is me, I guess, raising the big ass red flag. This is tiny, but like imagine it a lot bigger than this, because our young people cannot imagine a future for themselves. Young people cannot imagine a future for themselves, even if it's shitty. They can't imagine anything. And that's really fucking bad, guys.
Okay, now I want to revisit, because I'm seeing some of the comments now about the BET. It's not about whether BET is trash. It's not about let them take it over. It's about the implications of this whole thought around how all skin folk are not kinfolk, and how us as melanated minority people are in such a predicament that we can't even trust the people that look like us. And that is what is so ratchet about BET being centered for Blackness, created by Blackness, being sold back to saltiness for full control. How do you beat something like that? Like if melanin was like the standard, right? Because we're always talking about how we need Black representation and we need our people. But then if we not only have the added incentive to have to keep our eye out on Mayo people, but with us having Black sellouts, that means Blackness can't even be a metric of standard, which now also means that if we have Black sellouts, we also have Mayo people who can be trusted and who down for the Afro. And so it's looking like we're going to have to be very discerning people who can't even completely get caught up in so-called race, because in some way, in some aspect, we're going to actually have to utilize fucking race and racial fucking privilege in order to leverage ourselves. By knowing that all Mayo folk ain't against Black folk and that all Black folk ain't pro-Black ass folk. And baby, that's a very intricate set of circumstances, baby. When you have to actually trust someone who looks just like your oppressor, while also fighting against the temptation to trust in somebody who looks like your brother or your sister. My God, today. These are circumstances and predicaments that us as stewards of this garden called Eden should not even have to be in. This is like literal psychological fucking terrorism. Do you know, because of how precarious that predicament is, how many Black sellouts are going to be able to get in through the cracks because of their Black card? And do you know how many allies, white allies, that we're going to end up denying simply because of their fucking whiteness? Do you know like how many fucking more mistakes we are forced to have to make because that's how dynamic our predicament is in trying to actually resurrect and balance these scales of justice in our favor? Hey, Josh, straight egregious. Right. Thumbs up, y'all. The cane is working, child. This is what the cane was doom scrolling looking at for 30 fucking minutes straight in my fucking algorithm. Everything that I'm showing y'all here today.
Trump is planning on never leaving the White House, right? His appointed judge just told us this today. He slipped up whenever questioned, and he wasn't able to answer certain questions about the Constitution, and basically told us they're planning on violating the Constitution whenever it comes to election laws.
Is President Trump eligible to run for president again in 2028?
Without considering all the facts and looking at everything, depending on what the situation is, this to me strikes as more of a hypothetical of something that could be.
It's not a hypothetical. Has President Trump been elected president twice?
President Trump has been certified the president of the United States 2 times.
Is he eligible to run for a 3rd term under our Constitution?
I would have to review the
All I need to tell you is the language of the constitutional amendment that makes it clear that no, he is not eligible to run for a 3rd term. Anybody else brave enough to say that the Constitution of the United States prevents President Trump from seeking a 3rd term? Anybody willing to apply the Constitution by its plain language in the 22nd Amendment? Nobody.
Now, whenever the people in the MAGA party are approached and questioned on this, one of the things they say a lot is that there's other routes, that there's other options they can do regardless of what the Constitution says. This is because the wording of the 22nd Amendment, they're claiming is this doesn't mean re-election. So they're saying because he's already in office, he can just continue to be in office endlessly. Now, he doesn't have the amount of support to win any kind of election ever, so I don't know what they're planning besides massively rigging the situation. You guys do know Trump.
And that's exactly what they're planning to do. I mean, that's how he got into office the first time, because they massively, profoundly, efficiently, sufficiently rigged the goddamn system. I mean, Elon Musk practically admitted to it on national goddamn TV. Hold on, let me see. Do I have it? Do I have that? And let's be clear. Let's be clear. Hold on. Let's see if I can find this here. Because apparently they're also planning on investigating Elon Musk. Because they're trying to figure out, girl, how did you know? 41 days out, girl. How did you know, girl? 48 hours out. How did you know? How did you know that Trump was going to win the election? Of course. And then there are people saying, oh, girl, well, hey, I'm going to let y'all listen to this.
And then October.
So Elon Musk's baby mammy makes wild claims about his role in the 2024 election. You know what? I'm going to put this up on the screen. Hold on. I need to send this to myself so I can pull this up, girl. Not doing a deep dive tonight, girl, on the American apocalypse. Hold on, let me send all this shit to myself, actually. Do-da, do-da, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Hold on. Ashley confirms. Yes, we were.
Well.
Yes. Well.
I'm at the 4 a.m.
Okay, hold on. Let me do some co-mingling here. You guys want to like, up, share, all that good jazz to King. It's motherfucking working. Stop playing on my motherfucking kid top. All that the King been navigating, baby, and still up here, grill. Slaying down for the people. Okay? Tonight, I decided to give you guys news that you can, in fact, use. Hold on, let me pull this up. Wait a minute. Huh? Why you treat me like that? Count on my remix on you can just like that. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. Well, I can't pull this up. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna leave it just like that. All right. Give me one more 60 second. Okay, this is what I was looking for. All right. Elon's girl, I don't know whether she baby mother 74, this nigga think he is damn a blue face, girl. I don't know who the hell Elon Musk think he is, girl, having all these goddamn out of wedlock, bastardized ass children, girl. He thinking his ass is Joe Jackson, girl, Elon Jackson in this. Okay, but this is his baby mother, one of the harem, girl, okay, claiming that he basically alluded to her, girl, that he rigged the situation, which ain't nothing new to us because he practically motherfucking admitted it.
Tells me that he is ready to release his, in his words, anomaly in the Matrix. And I am like, oh, like, who's that? And he says that he has 10,000 lasers in space, referring to his satellites. I say, because I am like rather uncomfortable and I know the gravity of what he's trying to tell me right now, I say, wow, finally a focus on the Jewish vote. He keeps going and he says, this is not this is not a piece that they'll see on the chessboard. And I straight up tell him, I say, I would ask more, but I really don't want to be deposed. To which he says, very wise. Shortly after that, he's involved with.
You don't want to be deposed, bitch. You're an entire American. You should have been the one ratting his motherfucking ass out. You're going to collect the child support check any motherfucking way and be well off regardless, girl. You're in the perfect position to win on the front end by being the baby mama who's going to be collecting the child support check from the next 18 years from a whole billionaire. And then you also had the opportunity, girl, to be the people's champ and take Elon Musk the fuck down by turning his ass the hell in with all this key information. What you mean you didn't want to be deposed? So it was okay for him to rig the system in favor of Trump and steal this election from the American people, and you were willing to live with that? And even up here, girl, having a good time putting on concealer and blush and rouge and every goddamn thing else, bitch, as if you ain't the first lady of Starlink. Girl, the delusion and apathy and convenience and picking and choosing and selective outrage of it all. Baby, saltine audacity is another level of audacity. Girl, the
America PAC and all of this other stuff, and
it's the caucasity for me. It's the girl, yeah.
Sending me some internal data from America PAC, real-time Delta vote metrics. And I am just like, how the do you have this sort of data? You don't get this from door knocking, because that was one of my first jobs in politics was in campaigns and cleaning up this bad data from door knocking, because the vendors that America PAC is using at this point is a vendor that hires Craigslist crackheads for door knocking. And I wish I was exaggerating there, but I'm not. I know, like, I have caused harm with my rhetoric. However, I never sought out to cause harm. Like, there were parts of me that really wanted the best for the country, for America, for democracy. And one thing is I've always hated big tech. So then to have arguably the most powerful man in the world who is sending me things about, using his space technology in the election. I should also say that I have all of this backed up with many people with explicit instructions should anything happen to me, okay? But this was something that I was internally wrestling with while publicly not really showing that I was having any of these internal ethical conflicts with myself.
Because you are corrupted too. Actual ethical people don't struggle with their ethics. Actual ethical people have ethics so that they don't have to struggle with their morality clause. Oh my God. Today, you shuck and jive and rode the dick and grifted and benefited because you had access to power. And like all beneficiaries of power, you sold your soul for proxy, whether that was for financial gain, whether that was for the optical illusion of just even what it looks like to be interconnected to a man who is this wealthy as a welfare queen himself. And now you're sitting here coming to us after the fact when it doesn't even matter. And we know that regardless of who decides to embark upon an investigation, that there's going to be no justice that comes of it. I mean, how could there be when the same system investigating Elon is a system that both Elon and Trump co-created together? That's why the January 6th insurrectionists have a $1.7 billion plush fund to get rich off of. So this fake ass synthetic wrestle with one's humanity, it didn't keep you off the dick. It didn't keep your ass from letting him oot up the club. It didn't keep his got your mouth. And I don't know what done sparked Becky ass to come to us with this woe is me, but let me deflect from the fact that I was a co-conspirator in this through my complicity by telling you guys what the real tea is. But, you know, we in the end games now, sugar. There's no redemption, and you not whistleblowing or telling us what he already didn't tell us, and what through common sense and common observation we already didn't know. So arrest this bitch, DOJ. Accost her. Because, girl, the way that y'all be playing on the head tops, the head tizops of American people, girl, is insane, baby. Like, this system is so fucking corrupted that I'm almost about to ask for the complete and utter pardoning, girl, of all black criminals, because black criminals can't even compete where they don't compare, girl, to the saltine criminality and the saltine violence committed upon humanity. Girl, they make black criminals look like silly putty. This should have been treated as a threat to national security. But once again, how is it going to be when all those systems, the FBI, the DOJ, the Supreme Court, all those things have been compromised and corrupted? All those departments, all those quote-unquote check and balances are now all made in the image of Trump and the forces that are puppeteering his sloppy body, Alvin Ooze built ass. And speaking of that, breaking exclusive, girl, Congress has been asked to investigate how Elon Musk knew Trump won 4 hours before the 2024 election was called. First comment is, can we even really trust this Congress to do a thorough? Of course we cannot. And that's why we're going to be moving along. Former MAGA influencer Ashley St. Clair confirms we were right about 2024.
Well, I bet the 4 a.m. club is feeling real vindicated after this video dropped. If you haven't seen it, please go watch it. But the long and the short of it is, we were right. It's creator Ashley St. Clair, who is kind of making a name for herself right now as a former MAGA influencer who has seen the light and is now using her time to expose how the MAGA ecosystem really works. But I will say, you may also know her as one of the mothers of one of Elon's children. And while I'm not gonna define her based on that, because I don't think she would really want that, I think it does provide really important context as to how she knows all this. Because you see, in the months leading up to the 2024 election, she was still in contact with Elon regarding things about the baby, etc. And y'all, the things she says in that video, again, go watch it, are literally insane. She talks about all the stuff that Elon divulged to her over text during this time, including his satellites, his space lasers, releasing an anomaly in the Matrix, which he called a piece on the chessboard they wouldn't see coming, as well as how he had real-time, night of, data on the election before the results were even called. And remember, this is on top of all the stuff we already know, including how he has admitted to it multiple times. And before you guys even get to commenting it, I know what you're gonna say. why has she been sitting on this for a year and a half? Which I think some of the comments that she responded to under her video can answer that. She confirms that she's already reached out to, quote, real journalists to try to put something together to expose this, as well as her thinking on bringing it to the oversight committee, saying she doesn't really trust that they would do the right thing with it, considering it's ruled by Republicans at the moment. And honestly, fair. I mean, we all have seen how this Republican-controlled government has handled things like the Epstein files, right? Not really too keen on listening to the will of the people and releasing that. But at the same time, at least she's talking about it now. But yeah, guys, I feel like the time has finally come where this is being talked about in a more mainstream, open way. And I know, I'm feeling it too. The urge to say, I told you so. But honestly, I'm just gonna bite my tongue right now and be like, yeah, everyone keep listening. Keep listening. Because y'all, we knew this happened. It was simply just people's inability to reconcile with the fact that it could happen that kept them from believing that it did happen. But here's the big takeaway, y'all. They did it covertly, off the books last time. But now that they have all the mechanisms and levers of power, they're just manipulating the law, doing it flat out in the open now. But with the engagement and turnout that's expected this time around, there's no way they're going to be able to do it and make it believable, which is why they're going this route. Redistricting, the SAVE Act, ICE at polling places. You get the picture. And to the people out there that may feel discouraged or disillusioned or feel like voting doesn't make any difference. If it didn't make a difference, they wouldn't be trying to override it and completely deconstruct your ability to do it. They are very, very well aware of the power that we the people hold. It does kind of leave you wondering though, right? Is this at all related to why Ken Martin and the DNC won't release the autopsy on 2024? Who's to say? Yes. But what do you guys think about that video? Comment below. I personally could not be happier. Not just that it's being talked about more, but that layer of validation for myself is really nice. But what about you guys? Was this hope core enough for you? Let me know in the comments. And while I have you, be sure to push this out. Get more of the normies aware, especially as the midterm primaries are happening right now. Potentially in your state. Like, repost, share with a friend, comment those thoughts, and follow me.
I thought it would be.
Now, this is a ex-MAGA supporter, 3-time Trump voter who jumped ship after she finally came to the light, Caroline, that Trump was a corrupted, non-Christian, satanic, child sacrificing, satanic worshiper. And even though she stands by her decision to have awakened and been enlightened and informed and is quote unquote now on the right side of things, she's also having a hard time emotionally because the people who were in fact afflicted the most and who will lose their lives and have already lost their lives, all the children that went missing in these ICE camps, all the children that were subjected to SA in these ICE facilities, all the immigrants and refugees who lost their lives in these ICE camps, all the families that were ripped apart in a country that has "In God We Trust" on the very dollar bill, who is in fact really their God. You know, all the people who have died because they had to choose between groceries and insulin, or between their high blood medication and rent. You know, she's having a hard time being appreciated without being scorched and roasted and gagged every day of her fucking existence because of the horrendous choice she made to support Donald Trump's empowerment. And so she's going to come here with her crocodile tears and cry aloud about, you know, how she just is, you know, She was asked to wake up, and people have been telling her to wake up. And then when she wakes up, people are badgering her because she finally woke up, but she didn't wake up soon enough, and she gets it. But she just should be able to rest assured. Hi. There's something called consequences of your actions despite repentance. I think people think that repenting and forgiveness means the dissolving and absolving of accountability. That's not how that works. Forgiveness doesn't mean that you're not going to be held accountable, and as a result of the way that so many people's lives have been objectively impacted, because we're not talking about like you supporting a tired ass pop song that was mediocre at best being billboarded in the top 10 and then being granted a Grammy. Like, you're talking about supporting a political terrorist who was allowed to politically terrorize and objectively harm real people's lives, who are not even going to live through seeing the end of his reign. And you think that you should be able to participate in drawing that type of blood out of American civilians and then be pedestalized and held at value because you finally have done the right thing and want the leisure of being able to peacefully exist in your newfound enlightenment, while people have had to bury their loved ones, are in predicaments to never see their loved ones because they've been swallowed up by alligators at these ICE facilities, or have been thrown in some El Salvadorian ass prison to never be seen again and erased from any fucking database that allows them to be tracked and advocated for. Or, like the 1 point how many million Americans who are going to lose their health care by the end of this year in the top of 2027, ruining all of our New Year's with more political fucking foolishness. And at the very least, you think that it's absurd and preposterous to be trolled and reminded of the impact of your choices in a comment section, while at the very least still having your actual life, having access to your actual family, already having saltine privileged skin, and is not going to experience any other form of accountability aside from turning on your social media and being reminded by the people most impacted by your decisions, reminding you of just how much your choices costed them and those who they love. And you think that's the worst case scenario, and a scenario where your choices have people with tombstones on top of their heads. Your choices led to the literal death of innocent people for no good reason other than being misinformed and falling from an okie dokie by a motherfucking nigga who came into office as a 34-time convicted fucking felon. You are a dizzy bitch. Donald Trump didn't even try to fake that he was Christ. He was grabbing women like you by the kahunas. He was found guilty of actually violating persons like you, woman persons. He was riding around campaigning in Jeffrey Epstein, one of America's most notorious child sex trafficking criminals and organizers, in his private plane, and was his bestie. Exactly. What? And you think because you finally woke up from your Starbucks induced mocha latte coma that all sins should be erased. Girl, this is not the DOJ and you are not Trump, girl. Okay? At the very least, bitch, you deserve to be reminded. Just like we're going to remember the Holocaust and we're going to remember 9/11 and we're going to remember slavery, girl. We're going to remember the way that every last single one of you who knew what type of time it was, because this man's character was outside. They had an entire political Bible known as Project 2025. Made no mistakes about it, that everyone knew what they were getting themselves into. At the very least, it is fair that the people that you harmed get to use their First Amendment to comment under your public social media profiles and remind you of what your actions costed them, because unlike themselves or the people in their lives who have lost their quality of life or their very life as a result of the leader you wanted for the rest of us, you get to have a future. You get to have a freedom. You get to have an autonomy. You get to have a life to move forward in. While so many people have not and will not be granted that opportunity because of the choices you and your cohorts made. The fact that the biggest penalty for you is the fact that people are talking shit about you under a comment section really just goes to show even how dizzy and privileged you are. Because you wasn't crying those same crocodile tears when people were crying about ICE raids and crying about the unconstitutional power given to ICE. And women were crying about a misogynist and a rapist being a part of the ruling class. You wasn't shedding these tears when the female victims of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were galvanizing together to bring attention and to push for justice on behalf of what happened to themselves and each other. You wasn't crying these tears when you flipped through Project 2025 and saw what they were going to do to the minority classes of this community, how they were going to dismantle America's economy, how they were going to liberate and ensure power for their corrupted fascist little all boys group. The fact that you're privileged enough to still be deaf-toned and is up here crying for yourself and never cried for the people that your choices directly fucked up. This really goes to show how fucked up Becky still is. And really, at this point, don't even need a bitch like you waking up. Because unless you out there, bitch, putting your actual body on the line, the way that your choices force people's bodies to hit the line, then I really don't even see the benefit of you waking up. And then y'all so raggedy and corrupted and dizzy and play so many motherfucking mind games because it's in y'all's troglodyte ass corrupted DNA to do so, that for all we know, bitch, you'll still be you'll still be voting MAGA, still be voting hardcore motherfucking conservative, girl. At this point, I don't trust you motherfuckers. Y'all would get up here and hoot and holler and sorry and plead and cry and Karen the fuck out, girl, and still be with the fuck shit, girl. We know how the saltines get down, especially saltine women. You really want to make up the difference, bitch, and you want to help the resistance, bitch, you need to be on your knees over there Monica Lewinskying this motherfucking nigga, girl, and getting all the Oval House motherfucking secrets, bitch. Go over there and be a motherfucking political informant, bitch. Go over there and go do something real and something dangerous, baby, to assist the resistance. Go do something real and go do something dangerous. Because when it comes to this level of betrayal, girl, the only way that y'all can come back, baby, is by doing something utterly dangerous. Girl, we want to see something objectively put on the line, baby. We want to see a risk of one's freedom, girl. A risk of thy liberties, baby. I want to see every motherfucker who done jumped ship, who done so-called woke up, whether it's Joe Rogan, whether it's Alex Jones, whether it's Becky here, girl. It ain't enough, bitch, to be talking that good, sweet R&B shit. Now that y'all ain't got no choice, girl, but to see it all in 3 and 4K. Baby, I want to go see you do some dangerous things to show just how converted you are, baby. Just how enlightened you are, baby. I want to see the full manifested conversion of it all. I want to see a radical conversion. I want to see radical motherfucking behavior, baby. Because y'all made choices that led to blood, and now y'all should have to shed yours.
Easier. The more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter, but I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult because I'm gaining more empathy, and I don't think people really realize how counterintuitive the hate that I receive when you can take one look at my page and see that I am doing the work. I read a comment this morning that I'm not stitching because I don't want hate to come our way, but you'll understand why I'm reading it. I've been deconstructing from Christianity and left MAGA. I do not speak about it because the hate you receive from the left is no different from the hate you received when you were in the cult. I'm just minding my own business and rewiring my whole belief system. What people don't understand is how hard it is to actually wake up and realize your entire life has been a lie, and now you have to start over from scratch. I'm not going to allow any negativity from anyone into my life. It's hard enough to do this. I can't see. I had to stop and gather myself. Not only that, I'm not going to be part of any political party or religion ever again. So the expectation of the left thinking we have to vote blue now in order to make amends or something is not something I want to be a part of. The amount of "I'll never forgive you" I see in your last video is enough for me to never try to speak up on anything that's happened to get me here. My entire family is deep Southern conservative Christian Republicans. It's been buried into my whole system since birth. Seeing my truth and removing myself from it has been the hardest thing I've ever done. I don't really know what else to say other than...
I'm gonna tell you what you're supposed to say, bitch. You're supposed to not be saying nothing. Because this is literally what caucasity looks like. This is caucasity 2.0. You don't have the the luxury. You don't have the audacity to be able to cry victim in what is supposed to be your accountability. You do not get to reverse Uno and psychologically and emotionally gaslight the very people you are apologizing to by crying to them about the permission they're giving themselves to emotionally and mentally deal with you being a self-ID'd person who participated in their oppression. And if you weren't quite ready to deal with that because for whatever reason in your triple privilege ass brain, you thought that you were going to get a slap in the wrist or there was going to be some welcome home party for you because you woke up and saw the obvious, bitch. It ain't even like there had to be 10 layers of Pampers removed from Trump's ass for you to realize that he was a shitty butt bottom this entire time. As if like you're supposed to get some type of a fucking cookie for seeing the fucking obvious when you voted the man into office as a fucking criminal over a qualified woman of color who doesn't have a criminal record, who has spent her whole entire life as a political official, as a district attorney, as a politician, over a bankrupt, scandalous ass, child-loving pedophile? Like, you have to be dizzy. It's almost like when those criminals who murder people sit up in the courtroom, girl, and cry to the judge and want to apologize to the family in an attempt to get a lesser sentencing and to motivate some empathy from the judge. Like, this here is literal emotional manipulation. You were not only supposed to say nothing, bitch. You go take your crocodile ass motherfucking tears, girl, to your white savior and keep that in church. You small town ass freak. You not doing us no motherfucking favors, bitch, by opening your motherfucking eyes at this point, girl. What is the work that you're doing? Posting clips of Trump exposing himself? What? Uploading hot takes around the e-files? What? Oh, if we can, if the measure of your advocacy as a result of somebody who's converting from being a 3-time Trump supporter is you can look at my page, bitch, is your contribution to the resistance is go look at my meaningless uploads on my Instagram account? Bitch, are you in school learning how to be a civil rights activist? Are you actually organizing and mobilizing? Go look at my page. If you were hell-bent on making a notable difference as a result of you coming to terms with the error of your ways, your contribution and allyship, bitch, would be at such a level that it's not on your Instagram page, it's actually in the motherfucking history books. You MAGA-tards are reprobates. It doesn't even matter anymore if you wake up, because none of you are doing anything real actually about it. You are sitting there in the privilege of being able to still have your whole life and all of yourself and resources sustained, and it's so privileged that you could avoid accountability by just turning your comment section off, because that's how much privilege you have, that the accountability doesn't even go beyond people talking that shit to you in the comment section, because that is how far removed you are from any real form of accountability. That all the penalty is and has been is people popping that shit, and you can't even pull up your big girl panties to even sit in any of that as a reminder, as a memorial, as a reinforcement, bitch, of why you should remain wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and keeping your penile gland decalcified and continuing to use whatever it is that you have for the greater good in this case. I mean, this is emotionally abusive, it's emotionally coercive, it's emotionally manipulative, it's narcissistic. And all of its full glory, it's the epitome of audacious. I can't even compute, fathom, I can't even intellectualize, I can't even imagine how much of a magatard you have to be to actually have the balls and the kahunas to come before people who've been objectively hurt by your actions, crying about your subjective feelings being hurt by the words they write under your comment section, which you can disable and completely remove yourself from by not even having a social media presence at all, because that's just how much no accountability is in fact actually being held against you. Because we don't have a system right now that allows us to really hold you motherfuckers at a objective level of accountable. And to be hooting and hollering with sympathy tears over fake accountability, over shallow accountability. In my next life, let me come back as black as hell again too, baby. Because y'all don't even make privilege even look attractive, bitch. The way privilege got y'all dizzy the fuck out, the way privilege got y'all, bitch, handicapped in the mind real bad. Girl, let me come back black as all hell every single motherfucking time. Because there ain't no way in hell that this is all y'all can do with a 400-year head start, which is still be dizzy as hell 400 years later, when melanated people been educated and awake about the devilment in saltiness and have, in every era of the system, raised up resistance. That literally is all in our history books. And y'all have had the same books afforded to y'all and the same history afforded to y'all. And it took this man disappointing you. Not even what he had already done to others, but disappointing you because you voted to protect your own best interests, as saltine women are known to motherfucking do. That even when a motherfucker is misogynistic, anti-woman, patriarchal, and the whole nine, you saltine ass motherfucking dizzy ass motherfucking hoes will push all thine's threat and endangerment aside, bitch, if it means protecting and incubating that saltiness. Saltine women are equally just as dangerous as saltine men, and saltine men use saltine ass women to enchant and bewitch woman's community as a whole, which is why damn near every Black female coalition space, whether it be the women's empowerment movement, whether it be the workers' wage anti-sexist movement, that every melanated female coalition space has been completely co-opted by who? White women who used her womanness and her femaleness as a shallow, superficial point of bond and commonality to get into organizational spaces used to empower melanin women, and use that to empower white women instead once they infiltrated said spaces. The way that saltine women and saltine men play off of each other in their dynamic duos and their Bonnie and Clyde type shit is exactly why, once again, girl, you know, we got to bring back some gatekeeping, girl. At this point, literally, we cannot afford to not gatekeep. And we know that we got, girl, our work cut out ahead of us because we know that all skin folk ain't kin folk either, girl. And we also know that, girl, all non-skin folk ain't necessarily our enemies either. But we gonna have to bring back some motherfucking gatekeeping and run a very strict programming. Because these motherfuckers done lost their motherfucking mind. Lost it, girl. Lost it. Every time you want to cry, bitch, go do something revolutionary for the left. Every time, girl, you want to cry, bitch, go do something proactive and reactive, girl. On behalf of every community you sliced and diced as a result of who you voted for, girl. Not once, not twice, but three times. And now you want to cry about a motherfucker that we really can't really do shit about now, girl. Really. Go take your ass over there and be a goddamn political informant and go get your Monica Lewinsky on, bitch, and take his ass down from the inside out, bitch. Go let him grab you by the pussy, bitch. Okay? And get access to all the documentations, girl, and all of the political motherfucking corruption of it all, girl. Go do something dangerous, please. We sick. We tired. We ain't got no more to give, girl. Your tears are no more valuable to us than our tears were to you when you doubled, tripled down on the lunacy of it all. So, if this is y'all's form of karma, girl, is waking up and waking up to a mad ass mob who at best is only going to verbally chastise you, bitch, you got off good. If that's the only form of karmic retribution that becomes your manifested reality, which is verbal lashing and chastisement. Take it as a motherfucking win. Now, let me say this, because you might say, CTV, what does all this mean? Where's all this going, girl? I had a conversation with Rumazinti. And Ruma said, you know what, CTV? I'm not emotionally available for what America is going through politically. I see it. I observe it. But it's not in my emotional body. So I'm just an observer. And she said, the reason why I'm floating like this is because I know that America needs this. The system needs to come down. The people have an opportunity to figure it out. What's happening to the country from the broader perspective is a good thing. And I said, you know what? I agree with that. Because, you know, that's been my spiritual POV as well this entire time, is lots of things been needing to change. In so many ways, we became dizzy, dazzled, and ended up in a sunken place because we went along to get along. And some of that going along to get along stifled our people. It stifled so many groups and so many communities. And now we're having a real spiritual reckoning and stirring that's taking place. But then I had to start thinking about, but why am I emotionally engaged? Because when it first happened, like last year, I wasn't emotionally available for what was going on politically. I think I felt like I did everything that I was supposed to do. I used my platform well. I used my voting power well, even though I don't even fuck with national presidential elections, because presidents are not elected, they are selected. I'm more of a local midtermy type of a voter, more so than the presidential bullshit of it all. I said, so what happened? What? How did I become emotionally available again? And then it hit me. Oh, the reason why this shit has really been depressing and really killing my vibe and killing my buzz is because it's just an opportunity. It doesn't mean that we're going to take that opportunity and hit the ground and run with it. And because I still feel that I'm not seeing enough wokeness, I'm not seeing enough lucidity, I'm not seeing enough strategy and organization, and I'm not seeing enough intentionality and formality being put into a vision for our victory as an American people, that I feel that we may in fact lose the goddamn war. And I mourn that reality. I grieve it. Because even right now, all that we're hearing from the left is vote, 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 vote. Yes, yes, vote midterms, absolutely. But what else? And then what are we going to do about filling up, stacking up, privileging so many members of the left in hopes that they're going to actively resist, delay, and put up a quality fight from within the system now that we can get them in? What are we going to do about so many of them, though, who we've accused of not doing shit? So what makes us think that they're going to fight harder? Now, in some sense, they're all that we got. But we don't even have a working vetting process. Who exactly are we talking about voting on behalf of and for? What are we going to do to hold elected Democrats accountable? What are we creating in order to create a sense of high stakes? Like, yeah, we're going to get y'all asses in, bitch. And if y'all don't understand the goddamn assignment, let me tell y'all how we're going to get y'all the fuck up out of there, too. Where is our Project 2025? And I'm not a Democrat, by the way. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I'm not an independent. I am just someone who believes that people should be treated fairly by their government and should be afforded to live a basic, dignified life. So, whomever got that going on in ideology, as framework, as an agenda, that's where I'm at. I am for the quality of life for people. And since thems are at the front of the line with the pubs shaping out the system, which some people believe, girl, it's just so tore up and corrupted, bitch, that, you know, all of this is still in the wrong fucking direction because we want a system that's already been seized by the enemy to be reformed. And there are some people who don't believe in that reforming. There are some people who do not believe that the system can be corrected or can be remixed or can be anything. That's why abolitionists exist. You got to throw the whole shit away. The whole shit got to go. It's rotten at its root. It's got a rotted root that will continue to produce rotted stems, rotted leaves, rotted seeds, that it's like Michael Myers and the Halloween installments. You know, like, girl, he's a product of fear itself. So it doesn't matter how many times you kill his avatar, he will be resurrected in the persona of the people's fear. As long as people are afraid, Michael Myers will exist. And I get that too. So I'm also not really pro-system, but what the fuck I do know, bitch, is that who the fuck is in power, bitch, needs to be stopped. What I do know, girl, is that whether I believe in the system and whether it can be reformed or whether it need to be uprooted or not, girl, is that whom is running this shit right now, girl, has to be stopped. And if we can buy some motherfucking time to continue to figure out, girl, what exactly needs to happen by at least stopping this motherfucker first, stopping these motherfuckers first, so be it. So be it, girl. One struggle at a time, honey. Okay, master in one issue per time, honey, per quarter, girl. But what absolutely cannot be, girl, is what is. So, midterms, baby, fuck, we'll have to do the big one, the biggest one yet. The biggest one yet, girl, with the gerrymandering and redistricting and all the things taking place, girl, gonna have to push through. The people are gonna have to push through. Allies push through. Non-black allies push through. The push throughing is going to have to be at an iconic level because it's all that's left. It's the only opportunity for recess. It's the only opportunity, honey, for any type of balancing infrastructure. That's it. This is it. This is it, baby. This is it, girl. Marvel, where y'all at, honey? MCU, where you at, Rhea? This is it. If not, If the people aren't successful, be prepared for an even darker American future. There's going to be a wailing and a gnashing of teeth. There's going to be a continual spirit of annihilation, spirit of death and carnage. Expect the crime rates to escalate as a result of cost of living escalating. Expect AI coming through and taking away jobs that right now the system is training your children for that won't even be available for them in 15, 20 years once this market is theirs. Expect an uptick in homelessness. Expect an uptick in suicidal ideation. Expect an uptick in restlessness and mental illnesses and mass shooters. Just expect all of the worst aspects of humanity to be completely stimulated and aroused and a part of all of our daily lives. Expect your algorithm to be more dark and more bleak. Girl, right now, bitch, it's really giving X-Men is it X-Men A Days of Future Past? Is it X-Men Days of Future Past? Yep. Girl, it's giving X-Men Days of Future Past, bitch. The Sentinels are here. This is it. This is it. If we can't make it motherfucking happen, bitch, you're going to have to either scrabble up all your little bit of coin or go sell some goddamn coochie and ass and dangling and hit it, bitch, and get the fuck up out of the system like so many people are doing, or you're going to have to buckle up, buttercup, because we're about to get a 3D simulation of what physical purgatory looks like. True T. I'm out. 4 hours, 16 minutes. I gave it to y'all. Show some love to the channel. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. I don't know what type of content creating mood I'm in these days, girl. It's just so much going the fuck on, baby. Y'all just stay notified, baby. Whatever it is, girl, it's going to be a good show, bitch. Whatever we up in this mother talking about, girl. It's going to be a lot. Okay, I got an interview coming up this Sunday with another member from Chasing Reality Atlanta season 7. One of the OGs, the icon, Dominique, will be in the building to get into all the things. Tell me what you think about all that's taking place, girl. Do y'all think that we're going to make it? Do y'all think that this spiritual opportunity that the people have to recreate what our values are, what our points of attraction is it, are we going to do the right thing with this opportunity? We are living under the age of Aquarius. The system is being demolition. We have the opportunity to recreate America, but will we do that? Or will the fight be shallow and ultimately we end up recreating the very same shit that was tore down to free us because we haven't really taken time to understand what we were supposed to really do with this opportunity to do it differently. Now that it's coming down, and let's also be clear, it's not even the system that's coming down. The people are the ones that are going down. The system is going up. But now that the people are down and down bad enough to have some humbling conversation, to have some humbling confrontation to confront our own values and our own politics and assess our own selves, will we come up with something much better than what we created that would eliminate what is and what has been and all of the loopholes we allowed there to be left wide open for what's happening right now to even take place? Because we're going to have to really go there. I'm not sure if the American people even still understands the gravity of our situation and what our priority needs to be with the opportunity given to us to confront all of this. Because it's not just about getting JD and getting Trump out of office. It's not just about making sure Republicans never obtain power again. It's about something much more deeper than that. It's about confronting all the people we were willing to leave behind while thinking that we were benefiting from the system. All the communities are going to have to confront their anti-ness and their phobias and their isms. Because if we don't confront all of that on the back end, what we're going to do is just suspend the system, seize it back, and ultimately recreate the shit that got us here in the first place. So it's just an opportunity. I'm already thinking about us failing. And that's very worrisome because all that we're being given is an opportunity. It's not absolute that we're here because we're going to succeed in taking the system back and making it one that's inclusive of all people and dignifying for all people, and that's really set upon the proper values. We're gonna see. I'm out. Good night. Peace.